Of like who I am as a human being, and I know that because they're throwing it in my face exactly what they're trying to do. But then I'm explaining, really, I won't even say to the best of my ability, to the best of anyone's ability in any context like that. And I'm like, hey, wait a minute, y'all, these guys are abusing your trust about me. Like I'm not schizophrenic, I'm not psychotic, like in any way, shape, or form. And part of the problem with that was just that, well, there was spyware that I had found on my iPhone before. Well, just to give that context, I really did. I contributed, to the jailbreaking community in iOS years, prior. And so, my phones generally, I've always had root access to these devices. And to be honest with you, like I understand the operating system at a fundamental, level that, most people on this planet Earth, like, would not even believe. This was part of what's so complicated. My close friends, I appreciate that. My close friends, I really do appreciate that. I'm not kidding, because that's part of like this whole thing. I mean, there are so many aspects of international law that have been abused in this repeatedly. Like I'll be frank with you. If you look through my Twitters, right? I've got Voyager 1 and 2. I'm dual wielding Twitter. I'm dual wielding Twitter. I'm dual wielding iPhones right now, and not as weapons, right? As communication methods. Some of the notes might seem bizarre, but they're also completely true. That's what will kind of haunt some people after this, because this will be cleared up no matter what happens. Like I'm explaining, for example, there were hackers, because that's the thing too. A lot of people, it's like, it sounds like so ridiculous, but what I mentioned about this company in Austin, right? We worked with an international team. Well, there were two contractors, one from Guatemala and one from Argentina when I started there. And the one from Argentina, I'll be honest, he was always a little bit sketch. Like, I get there and they're like, hey, have you heard from Rabbit? And it's like, no, it's been a month. It's like, wait a minute. I'm like, wait a minute, he's supposed to be working here? You haven't even heard from him in over a month? It's like, yeah, I don't even know where he's at. It's like, and then he just pops back in. It's like, one day, they're all like, oh, yeah, he was just having some trouble with some legal thing or some shit. And now suddenly, like, they're acting like, he's, back to go, ready to go or whatever, right? And so, there's a lot of people, let me emphasize, I'll pause there and emphasize, there's a lot of people in this country that just cling to straight up hate-filled, bitter denial about me even being able to explain this kind of stuff right now. And that's part of what's so difficult for me, is that members of my family, they have to, go listen to some of my publications right now, and they're going to kind of be like, wait a minute, that sounds really accurate and true, but I just don't want to hear it because I was wanting to believe horrible things about him, despite the fact that from the beginning of this, I had to decide, am I going to post very publicly, or am I going to let these people commit straight up fraud about who I am as a human being? And to be honest, like, I had to choose the former, of course. There's no choice in the matter at the end of the day. Like, for me, it's one of those things where they abuse their freedom of speech from the beginning. They really went after social and political aspects, and basically, how can we, lie about this man? They projected upon me being a leftist when I'm not. They knew better than anybody I'm an apolitical person through and through. They knew better than anybody that I feel really strongly about, political polarization, for example. And then I'm really well equipped, both with, technology and psychology, to speak about those two topics, right? It's like the two eyes in Voyager. That's what they actually represent. They have nothing to do with two iPhones. They have nothing to do with, well, maybe like, I guess that's the thing. There are kind of multiple layers of symbolism in a way, but, to be honest with you, I'm just someone that's always really cared about the balance in the conversation when it comes to, things like privacy and security. I've never been paranoid about surveillance. In fact, that's what's complicated to me. Surveillance is there for protection. We have cameras in public places. We have more and more kind of options and tools in our tool set. But I am someone that's always been saying that we don't want a, quote, Orwellian future, right? And I'll be honest with you, there are aspects of this that's what's complicated. There are aspects of this that will sound straight up Orwellian to some people, but I'm the first person to say that, I'll be frank as well, that this is also really just reasserted to me that, dragnet surveillance is not something we should be afraid of. In fact, it's only what is fair. It's actually one of the only ways for us to protect ourselves. And what I mean is that, you think about that term even, dragnet, well, it's not, you're not targeting one human being with dragnet surveillance, right? It's everyone it's an equal playing field is kind of the point of dragnet. It really, like, the concept even, right? And maybe I don't like that word in some ways because it almost sounds scarier than it is. Like, we're all fish and there's a dragnet, but what I mean is that it is even this concept of just that, like, well, we have to think more intelligently about, what is fair in terms of access, number one, but, number two, I think in this case, that's the issue. When you have people like Air Force Intelligence abusing their keys, or DEA abusing their keys, they can create some really straight up psychologically torturous situations. And on top of that, in this case, you have people like, well, I mentioned TFPS already, right? They're basically Child Protective Services in Texas, which is weird. My initials are CPS, right? And it's like, I'm not a weird dude. I'm not a, quote, pedo, like, in any way, shape, or form. But there were crimes straight up committed on my internet. And some of the coworkers, especially the couple in Turkey, they bragged about, being involved in that. Everyone in Turkey has to serve in the Turkish military. And so it was like step by step here. They very consciously and psychotically approach the situation like what they're going to do is literally, set me up to begin with and commit really deeply defamatory felony crime. And then following that, what they're going to do is commit more crime on top of that once they've got, for example, access to surveillance equipment in my home, spyware on my phone. And it's just like nobody wants to regard the fact that really, from the beginning, if this had happened in a state like California, I'm not trying to talk shit on just Texas, but like California would have been like, wait a minute. Like we have an obligation to the truth here where we cannot just sit around playing politics. This guy has a really technical career in software. Like nobody in Texas wanted to regard that for a single moment. They didn't give a single fuck. And so then following that is like what I'm explaining is, when they got that set up, my coworkers were basically trying to do a quote real life Truman Show. They were trying to sell that like that was okay. And look, I have no Truman Show syndrome, right? But that's what they would try to project upon me very consciously. And I'm not kidding. Like they wanted to attack me in the most abusive way with technology. Essentially, they're throwing in my face that they can hear me in my home at the very least at first. And that's part of what I'm investigating, right? Is I'm like, how the fuck is this even happening at first, right? It's like, taking advantage of your confusion about the situation. And that's what's so shitty for anybody, especially in my family at this point, that's still trying to justify what occurred. It's that there's straight up just like psychopathic denial of the fact that like this is so illegal. We have really important laws. They're real professionals when it comes to, well, let me put it this way. I don't like to talk about it, but we actually do have to, study what is psychological torture as a science. Talk about fighting terrorism, for example. The real professionals know that the mind, the human mind, is something that it really can be systematically, kind of broken down to some extent and attacked. And unfortunately, that's also part of the reason why. The nuance of this is difficult, right? I want to be very careful in my words. Like, they know more than anyone how damaging and how scarring that is if that is allowed to occur. Well, part of what I'm explaining is an agency, just one federal agency, DEA, the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration. They were using techniques developed in the 60s here. Straight up, Pavlovian is one word. There's others that I'll have to bring up, and I'm going to have to cover the topic more because there's just so much conscious denial about what's actually happened. But really, even just Pavlovian, right? If you're familiar with that term, it's like shock him if he's, fucking shock it. But see, the thing is, it's not that simple, of course, necessarily. What I am saying is they were just completely willing to covertly attack, and then lie about what they're doing, right? When I say attack, well, I'm referring to things like streaming to a, quote, private, there's no such thing as a private Discord server, right? But they're streaming exfiltration of data from a piece of spyware called Pegasus, right? NSO Group's Pegasus, to a Discord server and letting a group of people sit and listen to that. It's like, that is psychopathic. That is not just like kind of, terrible and abusive. And it is 100%, you're immediately in the category of psychological torture. Just to emphasize, and that's the thing is that I was trying to not, I'm the kind of person that gives everybody the benefit of the doubt, just like the presumption of innocence, because I'm very educated about, I'm not saying I'm the most educated, but I'm very educated about the fact that we have a lot of progress to make in criminal justice in this society, just like any other, right? I'm not even talking about, comparing, I think is always we're a slippery slope. As soon as we're like, well, it's better than other countries, it's like, okay, are we better than other countries? And, for example, like I'm so glad, right? This was almost like a new thing. We actually saw justice, quite frankly. when it came to George Floyd in his case. I was really, reading about that, and I wanted to know what happened. We actually saw justice, and that was kind of rare. A lot of cops, I think there's a little bit of puckering, like, oh, wait, you can get in trouble for murdering, slaying people, in cold blood when you know that they're innocent. It's like, yes, you can. Well, in my case, I'll be honest, the intent here has actually kind of been, like, fucking murder him with surveillance. Like, and I'm serious when I say, like, DEA has proven to me they have no I'm not saying it in a humorous way, they have no integrity in that regard, no morals, right? Because the real professionals, and this is part of what I've covered in a lot of my videos and live streams, the real professionals are not going to sit and stream from a militarized surveillance tool on a cell phone to an unknown number of people around you in your community that are allowed to break HIPAA laws, for example, listen to you taking a shit, right? That's the thing these days. Like, you got your phone with you literally all the time, right? It's like, I'm not saying I have it within me in the bathroom every time, right? But that's what's so despicably disgusting. Occasionally I'll watch some porn, right? It's like, not a lot. It's not weird porn, right? And that's the thing. They're not even telling me what I'm accused of, because from the beginning you have this guy that's ex-Air Force intelligence. I don't like to really say names, but his name is Dan Steiner, right? He's like, he is abusing the living hell out of the trust of the authorities in Texas, like, straight up, being a straight up criminal psychopath. And so, to be honest with you, I think they were all trying to just, like, market and sell this idea, like, yeah, basically, this is how psychopathic it was. They're like, yeah, we committed all these crimes to frame him straight up in real life, on his network, and, like, they were changing my password at, my job, their own fucking infrastructure. They're committing felonies, bringing down their own load balancers in our production environment, bringing down, like, and that's the thing, that's what my investigation, I have to go look at that shit. They're dumb enough to pull some of this in, like, a really incompetent way, and I'm sitting there, I was like, wait a minute, like, our customers are suffering because you're trying to fuck up my entire life, like you're actually committing straight up federal felonies here, and you're all just like, yeah, no, fuck you, like, wait a minute, you realize, like, you're not going to have a single goddamn customer, like, considering that I have every right to leave this company. There's no NDA that covers you committing fucking felonies, trying to frame, like, one of your most valued, self-proclaimed most valued employees, like, because you all got bitter and vitriolic. Just to explain, I think I mentioned that, I had confidentially communicated about these folks and some real crimes they were committing. They were trying to make money with infrastructure. Like, really, they were, they had a connection, this guy from Argentina who ends up fleeing the authorities to Poland, which should have been notable to, anyone. It's like, these are some sketchy fucking people, and, like, they're trying to project the same on me because, well, they have no choice. Like, they're actual criminals. Unlike me, I'm a really good person through and through. Like, I'll be honest with you, it's terrible how paper thin it actually is in that way. But it's one of those things where they had all the confidence in the world, because a lot of them, especially in Texas, are just like, yeah, there's no way that a group of people would lie about you, in concert or in tandem, and then you would, be the one telling the truth, and well, I didn't want that to be the case, y'all, but that is the case. And part of the reason it seems so, bizarre in that way is that, to be honest with you, when I was in Austin, I'm working from the day I set foot in there in 2017, right? I'm working, for a company in Canada that still has allowed, let me put it that way, they have allowed independence of this company in Austin, and the Canadian company registered right here in the state of Delaware, which is very common for tax reasons, right? And I appreciate that. Like, I think that's the thing. I'm not saying I've never told a lie, but what I'm saying is that, I've told white lies in this, like, very consciously, and then I've explained what those white lies are, right? And part of the reason for that is, like, right now, my family, they're not just kind of telling white lies. They're straight up psychopathically lying to my face about how they feel about me, like, in a really deeply terrible way. When I say that, it's like being, psychologically, assaulted every moment, which I've mentioned repeatedly. That's the thing. I'm not making it up. Like, we had false accusations, consciously false accusations of sexual assault. Well, filming someone naked in their home is sexual assault, and that's what I don't think a lot of these people realize. Like, they illegally, they committed so much felony crime, right? I'm not just talking DEA, honestly. Like, we had shells within shells in terms of, I'm emphasizing it's actually not mental illness, right? We had a group of IT folks that were also, they're basically deploying straight up, again, militarized spyware to my machine, trying to help this. It was like basically like a militia. It's almost like a militia or a faction formed, right? Because what happened was, that's why this context is so relevant, right? I go work here, and I'm working at this company in 2017, and they hated this first Canadian parent company. I could not tell you why. They really, from the beginning, I'm like, wow, you were really bitter towards these people. Like so bitter that it's immediately a concern for me. I'm like, why do you hate them so much? Like they talk shit about them being Canadian. They mock them. It's like xenophobic as fuck. Like, I'm not kidding. They're like, yeah, fucking Canadians. They just want to sit around in meetings. I don't even know what they're doing. It's like, I get up there at this office in Austin. It's like, y'all don't have antivirus here. And this is one of the first things that's pointed out to me, in all fairness. But they're also like, yeah, the two dudes, like, oh gosh, this was so complicated. The one dude gets fired, a month or two after I'm there, and he gets fired because he kind of refuses to work on a Linux terminal. When, in all fairness, he had a lot of Windows experience, and that's what he was kind of like mainly wanted to focus on, right? But our other coworker was like, no, he's worthless, and I'm like, that's my first real major red flag. Actually, it's the first week, the end of the first week. This one coworker is supposed to be the more senior guy, right? He turns to me and he's like, you've already done more work here in this first week than that guy has ever done in his entire career here. And my reaction immediately, I'm like, wait a second. I'm like, to be honest with you, I am concerned that you're saying that to me, because if that's true, you haven't said a word to him about that you feel that way. And we've been around now for like that's just the first week, right? But there's enough time where it's like you kind of been really, really like, actually acting like he's being great. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't just kind of seem two-faced or duplicitous. Like, it almost speaks to like being, kind of psychopathic to some extent right then and there. But either way, that guy gets fired, and that's actually one of the main frustrations I had, even right there at the beginning. I was like, did you people even give him a heads up? And they didn't. They didn't say anything to him. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying it's an at-will employment state in Texas, right? It's not that's the thing, in my opinion. In business, there is a law that you're aware of, but then there's also just your common sense as someone that operates in business. If you're being unrelentingly cruel to people and like really abusive, that's gonna come back to bite you. And they want to act like, to be honest, that's the thing. After all of this, the way that it's gone, I'll be frank with you, like, they really kind of threw the book at themselves and what they did to me, because in their past, they already had an entire team of developers walk out the door about this specific manager that fired this man, and, like, it was this big old legal thing, like, I only heard about it word of mouth, right, but you hear so much word of mouth. That's kind of the thing. I don't know why. In some ways, I have this, like, effect on people. They're just, like, tell me everything, right? And now after all this, I'm not saying that it's ever going to be that way again, but back then, it's just like, yeah, let me tell you about this. Yeah, let me tell you about this. It's like, wow, I did not even need to know that. And but really, like, that's actually, sorry, I saw this really beautiful cardinal up here. It's like bird watching. If I went, yeah, I think it did. One of the things, really, that I think has been difficult for me in this is that when I was in that bathtub, right, I was actually typing into a phone even. I was like, these people are treating me like a straight-up slave. Like, I would give people every single piece of data of my life to show you, like, I don't know even, they're not even letting me know what I'm, quote, accused of. And yet they're sitting here fucking enslaving me. Let me emphasize, it's like, my coworkers have already shown to me, they're throwing it in my face that they're committing felony espionage, and that's what drives me to the point where it's like, I'm posting publicly on Facebook, I'm like, hey, I'm verified, and it's complicated to explain. I'm really educated about signals intelligence, if you're familiar with the term. I'm educated about human intelligence, main, passions in life, technology, psychology, and so I'm sitting there and I'm like, I can actually prove that these 4 men on this list within, the city limits of Austin, at least at multiple times during this, they're committing felony espionage, that's in federal felonies. And that's something that, the authorities, they're obligated to investigate that shit. Like, whether or not they want to agree, it's like, well, now, and this is what happened, is apparently it's like, now, those are our buddies. So it's like, well, that's not how the law works, Like, it doesn't matter if you're friends, like, crime is crime. A lot of you people act, like super hardline justice. You don't get to, frame someone for crime with your buddies and then sit around like, no, you have to be a criminal even though you're not. I really, really do appreciate that, man. That's part of what I'm at this point where I'm just like, it's been made to be a one-way mirror for so long that I'm just like, I'll publish, what I talk about. Because the honest to God truth is that it's so psychopathic to let this go as long as it has. It's so torturous for one human being, and I need the world to know that no, this behavior was not acceptable. What just went down in Austin, I'm serious. Like, that is actually, and part of the problem is that they escalated. They really did. They escalated. Like, time after time, they get caught. Right, and so then after they're caught, they're like, oh, now we got to escalate further because, well, definitely that's actually one of the things to point out, right? I can say very confidently, because it's true, there's been federal investigation into the DEA and, well, others in, law enforcement in Texas since March of 2020. Nobody told me that officially, which is what's weird, right? But why can I say that? Well, because to be honest with you, I knew that they had already been committing federal felonies prior to some of this, and that's part of what I was investigating from the beginning of this. And so when it got to a certain point, I was like, wait a minute, the amount of conscious intent. I'm starting to see on my coworkers' faces, I'm not a mind reader at all. Trust me, I'm not mentally ill. I don't see I have a song that's like, it's a play on, words in a way. It's actually mostly just because it rhymes, but it's on my work in progress playlist and on YouTube with Voyager. Like I said, or the spelling of this stream. And frankly, how do I put this best? I am on the autism spectrum. I'm not a mind reader, but I am on the autism spectrum. And so there's kind of a lot of information for people's faces when, like, I'm sitting there and I'm seeing, the looks of coworkers who they're committing felony espionage, quite frankly. And then I'm like, wait, y'all realize, like, you're caught. Like, I'm not even, like, the kind of person that's, like, really, I'll throw the book at them. But, like, in this case, part of the reason is that I didn't even know what all they were doing prior to this. And so I'm, like, finding out in the middle of all this, like, oh, okay, that's why you were so upset to find out that I went to HR confidentially, because you had been being way more criminal than even I knew. You know what I mean? It's like one of those recognition, like, all at one time, like, it's really confusing, and not that I'm confused right now, because I'm not. I'm saying it's like, it's really difficult for me to, like, because autism, it's like, you mask, right? We all mask to some extent in life. That's just part of life, I guess is one way to say it. And, like, I really do strongly feel, I need to, because how do I emphasize this best? I'm going to take a moment just to take a sip of water here. And I know that's one of the things, it's not nicotine. Like, sometimes I can talk a lot, and I'm not trying to fill anybody's ear up with anything, but I do appreciate anybody listening, man, including you, because, I really just have been kind of straight up illegally muzzled for so long. It's like there's been so much for me to tell people, anyone that's a good person that's actually of faith, and it doesn't even mean, the same. I really appreciate that. I really do, man. It's part of what's complicated for me to explain is that I never wanted to talk about family in any way, shape, or form. But the honest to God truth is, part of the reason I was doing a lot of, lectures and monologues into mostly, logic, Apple's logic. I was making voice recordings, and they were prepared, presentations sometimes. Sometimes they were more of this kind of like my take on being a logician, right? I'm trying to encourage people with psychology to think. I'm really asking, deep questions. And, the honest to God truth is, I didn't need anybody to listen to me. It was a lot of that, especially following that brain injury. It was practice because I never had a stutter before that. And so once I had a stutter, I was like, okay, there's only one way to try to fix this, and that's practice. It's like exercising it's like therapy when you hurt your knee really bad or anything else. You have to do physical therapy because there's no other way for you to recover from that. And that's what my family didn't understand, how bad that accident was. And, I guess in some ways I didn't need them to understand. Even though I'm just that kind of person. I mean, it's not cold, but to be honest with you, I didn't need them to believe me that I'm on the autism spectrum. I'm obviously not the typical spitting image of what a lot of people have this idea about autism, that it's, that's what I'm really frustrated about with the word, quote, retard. It was really slung in my face a lot. And I'm just a really educated person, so I'm not even hurt by that. I'm in no way am I a snowflake. I'm like literally there's basically no way to offend me, especially after the way that this has gone. And so they're really the reason that I'm frustrated about the word retard is that it's so harmful to the perceptions of autism as a whole, and it's so harmful to the entire field of mental health care and psychiatry. And so for me, part of what happened here was that I made all these recordings and I put them under a title a lot of times, Voyager, Voiigur. And I started like this. It was artistic in my opinion, not even in my opinion, let me emphasize. I was writing, the whole thing with Voyager was, I do a lot of writing as well, right? And so, not all of that has gone into a computer, especially this last 3 years. But I was writing really a quote fictional universe, and I don't mean quote like quote on the fictional part, I guess more like fictional quote universe, because I made it kind of like, Game of Thrones, as George R. R. Martin has talked about. He designed a world and then he wrote stories within that, right? And that's kind of the whole thing, is that, it was C.S. Lewis is a big influence of mine, Tolkien, of course, is a big influence of mine. I really am, educated about, paid attention to every class I ever had. Those authors, they thought in that way. They're going to build a universe, and within that, they're going to write fictions and plot lines, and, and so that's what Voyager was. It was this differing, it's kind of the whole point with that was, it's like the backstory just to generate interest in what is real. Some of it is real, science and real, and I don't mean some, a lot of it really is like, I want to cover basically any topic that I end up researching, and I research a lot of different things, and, in my life and in my free time. Well, my family didn't really know that, because they didn't really know, they knew I was on a computer a lot of times, but I'll be honest, it wasn't in a bad way. They kind of just always diminished, and I was conscious of that, they kind of always diminished what I was really researching, even YouTube videos sometimes is like, seems like it's not important, but it's like, in the scheme of things, you can learn so much from, a set of videos, and that's the thing, it's like, I'm the kind of person that I point out when you're watching a documentary, there's always a lean, no matter what, right? There's always so you can kind of look at it, and that's what I'm saying, you should be able to argue both sides if you're going to even try to force things to be that, two-dimensional. But that's kind of my point, is that I think we force things to be two-dimensional many times when they shouldn't be. And I bring up the term binary a lot, and it has nothing to do with, quote, gender or any of that kind of stuff, to be honest. I don't really have a big take on that, although I guess eventually I will just say that my take is, to be honest, I think people need to let other people live and let live. Like, it's not their place to be telling other people what they want to call themselves, or, the pronouns thing gets a little bit old. I'm not saying that people should be shoving their pronouns in your face, but like, it's just a decency and respect thing is all that it is for me. And that's kind of like, wow, the nuance of that in a way, you know what I mean? Like, eventually we all just kind of have to acknowledge that people make their own choices, and you can't control them, even if you wish that you could. And we don't want to live in a world where you can brainwash other people. So Voyager was almost like an do not let people brainwash you. It's like, I am educated about one of my favorite, if you're talking, fictions, like, I love retro sci-fi, I love, there's a lot of authors I guess I could bring up. Ray Bradbury is definitely one of them. George Orwell, Huxley, definitely, like, and it's not that a lot of those I realize, a lot of people hear those names and like, oh, you like dystopian. Like, no, I don't. That's actually the thing. I don't like dystopian specifically. What I'm interested in, a lot of those authors, nobody can see into the future, but Ray Bradbury, for example, had such deep and thought-provoking ideas about our future, and he painted such a picture that it's like, wow, wow, this guy was like really looking into the future. And that's kind of I've got a podcast about, it's to some extent, I talk about Alan Turing a lot on Spotify. And, really, that's kind of how it's felt about Alan Turing. Even asking, the consideration of a Turing test to me was fascinating, because he, in his time, it's like, wow, this guy's working on, quote, he's in some ways, he's basically helping write the book about what a computer even, is to some extent, to, and it's so fundamental and foundational to, our modern world. And he's already way back then, he's thinking about, well, someday we're going to have to put computers to the test about, are they, is it human, essentially, right? And I think that's one of the things is, again, I think it's a really complicated question to even answer. But, all of this with Voyager, it was like, okay, so the fiction, the first plot line, that's one thing to emphasize. The first main plot line was basically, it was very fictional, right? But I was like, what if, and again, I want to emphasize, very, very fictional. Yeah, I know. ChatGPT is a great example because it's fascinating how good it already is, right? It's actually some people I think feel like ChatGPT comes straight out of the future. It's like, I don't blame them. That's one of the things I'll be covering more in live streams, interacting with ChatGPT, and especially from a DevOps. Like DevOps is kind of what you would call me in my field. What I did, a lot of servers, and it's kind of like the in between, like development and like I could do full on software engineering. To be honest, I'm not trying to sound arrogant. I could straight up be a software engineer. I could be more of just a Linux cloud architect or cloud engineer, but DevOps is like kind of in between those two things to some extent. But I'm just always something that's like, I want to learn both. I want to be kind of like Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs. I'm fascinated by the business side, and I always was saying to people, it's like, I think someday I'll be one of the people that is really valuable to executives, for example, because I'll be able to translate the technical side of things to them in a way that's very understandable. And it will almost kind of like haunt people how much like, wow, he really does know what he's talking about. And he just I'm not saying I'm a perfect speaker, but like he does have a good way of just explaining it in a way that is understandable, and I know it's weird for me to explain it that way. I'm not trying to sound arrogant, but I knew that was one of my best skills for my whole life. Like, a lot of my teachers always commented, you're really good at, making presentations and educating other people. And like, that's one of my favorite things about learning is really not that I want to teach other people so much, but just that we can all learn. And then, well, that's kind of the balance, right? It's like what you choose to do. With great power comes great responsibility, and it's no Spider-Man thing. If you're going to be really educated, that's why, I'm not a hacker and I don't hack, but, if anything about cyber concepts, I'm a white hat. And what does that mean? It just means that you're ethical and that you don't hack people. You're learning hacking for good, to protect other people, to help people with security, with privacy. And so, these hackers, they're the total epitome of black hat, right? They're like criminal. They're straight up psychotic, like they're committing federal felonies so time and time again, lying to the police, and I'll be serious, like some of them, they would hack police departments, they would hack, Texas, anything, the DFBS, those kind of people, like they're that good. Also, like a couple of them, they're straight up, if you've heard the term dark side, I brought it repeatedly about this pipeline attack in the United States, this, the oil pipeline, right? It's like they are the kind of hackers involved in groups like dark side, and I'm not kidding. A lot of people don't know how these groups work, is that they're kind of like hacker gangs on the internet, and a lot of times you've got basically one or two, like you've got some FSB or some CCP hidden among there that a lot of times the hackers don't even know that they're actually, intelligence of another country. And so that's what's complicated, right? It's like, I really was interested in going into the Army. The only reason I didn't, what I told recruiters, like, I still would be interested if I'm being honest, but I have disabilities and I have not had health care. Like, they need to be diagnosed. I don't want to lie to the government about my disabilities. Like, I have a real neurological disability. It's like actually a direct, tangible, problem at times, because I will work like a dog, and I do, like, I'll, blood and sweat all over, and I'm not emphasizing blood. I just mean, like, to a degree that other people would have hated my job is one of the main things things to emphasize because of what it asks of me, that no time off allowed for so long because of complete, understaffing, and I'm addressing that in the most professional way you can, and everybody's just turning a blind eye to it. What we really needed at the time, honestly, the main thing was just another team member locally in Austin, because we had one of the other local team members. Basically what they decided, they were like, okay, there's 6 of us, and all of them decided to participate in this crap except me, right? And so they got one guy local in Austin. We're the only 2 that have physical access to our servers and a lot of this infrastructure, and that already puts a chain on me when this guy doesn't care about his job at all. So they're kind of like, really, they're not just kind of like, fucking off, if I'm being honest. They're both fucking off, and they're abusing their access to be black hat. They're committing federal felonies to, try to make money. And the scariest thing about that to me is that some of them might have thought it was just like make some money on the side, but that's the problem, is you can't be doing that in a professional environment, because there's always a catch, right? Those, somebody that's FSB or CCP, especially, in this context, FSB, they, to my knowledge and what I've found, they will tell you that it's like money, right? But they're trying to get data, right? And that's what their whole thing is about. They want it to look like it's just criminal, just like dark side. If you go look that term up and the pipeline hack, there's kind of some contention. It's like, wait, was this Russia or was this just a group of hackers? Well, to let you know, that's kind of what the Russians and the Chinese both do, is that they want people to be like, no, they're just a group of criminals, but they kind of let these people operate with total impunity, and they want them to criminally hack countries, companies in the U.S. and steal data. And among that, there's always actual intelligence, right? And they'll even just kind of fake like they're criminals, right? And like that kind of shit. And that's what makes it so complicated. I'm trying to tell these guys at the same time. It's like when I go to HR, even, I don't want to talk about it so much. I won't. But like the main thing, I'm like they are straight up disgruntled. And so if anything, like, we do have to look into these security concerns, like majorly, but also like, we should pay them more. They are complaining about that a lot. And I didn't get paid well at all. That's what's so terrible. I wasn't even saying I need to get paid more. Like, I don't even think that first and foremost is like, that's the main thing I'm emphasizing. They need to get paid more. And then as an afterthought, way after a lot of the other, bigger picture, like white collar concerns about some other stuff, which I'm not going to talk about. I was like, okay, and also, I don't get paid what I'm worth and what I'm producing here, proactively a lot of times. And so that's kind of like, it's kind of terrible the way that they all turned around and just like a pack of wolves that just ripped apart my life, stole my identity over and over. I mean, literally my legal, my social, broke into so many accounts, broke into so many machines on my, I didn't have so many machines, but like time and time again, I'm finding like, wow, this guy hacked, my current computer hacked again. Like they're psychopathic in that way. It's actually not mental illness. I know that it'll be dealt with eventually, but part of it right now is I'm kind of like the shark bait, if I'm being honest. Like, I just kind of have to keep going forward, and like they're going to be held accountable for that shit. You can't just keep, committing felony after felony after felony, even if you're abusing international law, which they have been the whole time, even their own countries eventually. Their cyber, they will be like, wow, no, these guys are going to prison. Like, they keep doing this shit. They keep, like, just like this dude that fled Argentina. I'm telling you right now, that's why he had to flee Argentina, because they were on to him. They knew he's a straight up criminal, right? So he's telling us, like, well, for my family safety, I'm moving my whole family. It's like, I wanted to believe that, but I'll be honest, that's when I go and look into it more. And it's like, oh, no, that wasn't for your family safety. That was because you're a fucking criminal. Like, they knew that you're a criminal, and you're going to be fucking, put in real prison, like, for how criminal you are. This guy's like a straight up real criminal hacker, right? But, all of this, I think that was the most difficult part from the beginning. It's like, it's not word vomit, actually, I really put a lot of thought into these talks that I give, and so, a lot of these people don't even have the attention span in this day and age. Like, I'm not trying to be mean. They found some of these recordings, and they're like, oh, you think you're the Voyager? It's like, it's a fictional artistic concept that I wrote, right? And I'm making this recording. It's kind of like a blending, right? I like this, playing with the ideas that's what, people like Ray Bradbury were doing. It's science fiction, right? There's real elements of science, but it's fiction. And Voyager was that way. And the whole thing was that, well, and it wasn't about, quote, kidnapping in any way, but it was like, what if, when I was younger, like, the real, copy of me was like somehow, aliens, decided, right, that basically there's fictional entity, kind of like not really an empire. It's not like Star Wars necessarily, but like I've compared it to Star Wars just in the universe part, right? What if, I somehow, they have this kind of elected, it's not really a leader, but, and it's not really a weapon. It's more like a tool, right? It sounds weird to say, but like the Voyager is kind of like I guess maybe an agent, you could say, but I'm not an agent, right? I'm not anything. And again, that's what I'm saying is I'm not the Voyager. It was a fictional idea. The concept, the reason that the concept, this is actually where I should emphasize it. This is what was more important. The concept was about being unfiltered, right? It's like this, the whole concept was encouraging people to take the big picture perspective. And what that meant was that there's this human being who had been alienated in a way from his own home world. And he's expected to basically serve this, quote, collective. And the collective was, they're actually not, they're not inherently evil or, good. That's actually the whole thing that's complicated. They're not just like, because if really, I was mixing this all with drama, the actual drama and voice acting. That's why I emphasize voice acting so much. With Logic, I was taking filters very artistically, and I was doing, like really like this. It was like, we're taking your precious Voyager, like, we're returning your precious Voyager, and like, I'm speaking in a really weird way, right, and then I'm putting, like, filters on top of that in addition, and like, when you play that on its own, it's like, whoa, this sounds, like, really scary, but then I was also doing voices like this, like, it's like goofy as hell, more like an E.T. almost sounding thing. And so it was really about contrast, right? The collective was made up of, that was the whole concept, was that, really, aliens aren't inherently good or bad, just like human beings. And really the Voyager is kind of like, you could say stuck in the middle, but the whole thing is they made a clone, right? They replaced him with on the planet Earth. And so the only way for him to communicate with anyone on the planet Earth was just like that, where it's like, this is the Voyager, signing on, right? And so he's signing on into his clone, which is weird, right? So it's also these hacker concepts of like, wow, I am, it wasn't inspired by Ghost in the Shell at all, but it's like, it's kind of similar in a way. If you're familiar with Ghost in the Shell, like, you really open up this brand new aspect of, like hacking and philosophy, and Ghost in the Shell is actually kind of thought-provoking because it's like, wow, human brains are being hacked by hackers, right? And in that, Voyager isn't hacking his clone. What he's doing, though, is he's basically only the Empire is supposed to have control of his clone on the planet Earth, and he finds a way, it's essentially, he's like hidden out in, deep space at the time, but then part of the story is that he goes back to Earth. And so it's like the Voyager has returned to the planet Earth, right? And like that's part of the story. And, I was so kind of like writing so much of it. It was like all subject to change. It was all, actually just straight up like fictional. And I didn't think it was amazing. That's my point, is that, I believe that art, it comes from, you not caring what other people are thinking about, what you're doing at the time. Is one way to say it. It's like you can't really have good art without being truly unfiltered. And I guess in a way there was a lot of, I'm not going to say neglect necessarily, but that's what was difficult, right? Following that car accident, I think, is the main thing. I didn't feel neglected before that, but at the time, I was just kind of like, wow, for the first time in my life, I really kind of need you all to actually, and to my family, it's like, I really kind of need you to actually be here for me. I've never asked for anything from any of you. I've always kind of been the one that, in all fairness, I was kind of just shoved in the corner a little bit. Like, the hand-me-downs, like, I definitely was not center stage in my family at any point, and I never had any issue with that. I was always, totally fine with that, if anything. My oldest brother, when I was younger, he was a little bit of a psychological bully, and that made me, like, I never put up with bullying, right? I was never bullied in school. Nobody, bullied me. I think if anybody did, I was just like, shut your fucking mouth. Like, I'm not kidding, and maybe not the fucking part all the time, right? But, like, I actually do mean it. I didn't tolerate that behavior for myself or for anyone else because, well, I really felt so strongly about it, and I always have. And now for 3 years, it's kind of been like so many people, just upset that I don't live up to this straight up, psychotic set of lies that have been painted out there about me so consciously. And then they expect me to not, tell the truth, or to live up to their, terrible lies about me, which is like one of the most backwards and kind of like fucked up things, in my opinion, you could ever ask of a human being. Like, well, we listen to liars about you, so how dare you tell the truth about yourself now? Like, we allow perjury. We didn't regard your human rights. We didn't regard your constitutionally protected rights to speak for yourself, right? And that's what I'm saying, is like, I'm not trying to be mean. Like, I love the state of Texas, but I'll be honest, I'm actually completely serious. Even a state like Colorado, a state like New York, technically even a state like Delaware, I'll be honest, like, if this had happened in Delaware, there's no fucking way that this would have gone as far as it did, from the beginning. And that's what's difficult, though, is that, I think because it started in Texas, there was so much straight up radicalism behind a lot of, what happened from the very beginning, that it just became this big bloated thing. Texas is the second most populous state in, the United States, and they wear that title very proudly, but then they're also like, oh my lord, some of them just hate California as a whole. It's like, I never have understood that, especially, my job, for example, is part of what's so complicated. Like, California is kind of a really important relationship for us. Like, but that's the thing. They didn't care about that because their company, it wasn't important. But I didn't just work for their company in Austin. Let me emphasize. It's like one of the biggest things. I don't really, I do have NDAs, right? I have to be mindful of those. But see, the NDAs don't cover felony crime, like federal felonies being committed, trying to destroy my life. And to be honest with you, if anybody wanted to, ask me to sign an NDA about this situation, they would have had to sit me down and be like, okay, this is what happened, and we need you to not talk about it. And in a way, like, that just couldn't occur, and I did kind of know that at the time, because I'll be honest, some of the politicians in Texas were just like, no, we're going to cling to psychopathic lies about you. This is, like, so easy to clear up. It was not just a misunderstanding. That's the thing. They got to a point, I think, where it's like they had already pushed forward with so much that they were just not even willing to, like, now they're implicated, you know what I mean? They know that this is more than a problem. I didn't ever want damages from them in terms of money, but I'll be completely frank with you, at this point, like, they don't just kind of owe me some damages, like, they owe me quite a bit, like, and then money. There's no amount of damages that could ever fix, the damage that they've done. I'm not kidding. One sec, I'm gonna plug in this other phone. So, really, and it's totally cool if you ever hopped out. That's kind of like, it's a one-way mirror right now, like I said, anybody that listens to these recordings later, I'm kind of just talking a lot of times, because if people want to participate, that's cool, but I'm serious. I don't even think, anybody that is trying to chat, like just like Mufasa was mentioning last night, some of them are not going through, and there's a reason for that. I'll be frank with you. There's only one federal law enforcement agency that's going to try to make that shit happen, and they've behaved that way so systematically that I would expect it. It's not mental illness. DEA will try to keep people from even talking to me. They don't want people to know who I am, and so I still, at the very least. Oh, that's cool. No, please don't be sorry. I'm probably going to make a little bit more coffee in a bit. That's one thing I appreciate, like, how do I put this best? Like I said, it's not word vomit. It's like, I'm a long format type person, which is why I always knew streaming is kind of a good, way for me to put myself out there. I am also, I'm not a perfectionist, but I do believe in being chosen with your words. And that's part of what this whole concept that I'm explaining. I really mean it. There's zero, like, please don't feel like you have to type up a response. If you have questions or anything, you want to comment on, please feel free. That's kind of the balance that I'm at right now, is where I'm just like, it's a bit of a one-way mirror. Right now, I really am so appreciative of Twitch, and really in general of companies that to be honest with you, they're obeying the law. I have constitutionally protected freedom of speech, and frankly, DEA has been really adamant about, well, being willing to commit illegal acts of censorship, and that's only a conscious assertion that, they're guilty. They know they're protecting criminals in this case. Like, I really wish it was not that simple. But, to be honest with you, trying to essentially delete who someone is from reality is kind of, that they did actually try. There was an attempted murder outside the city of San Marcos, and a federal agent saved my life. It's like kind of the worst part about that. I've been explaining over and over again. I appreciate that, man. I'll be honest, the audio on iPhone, really, I've said this is an iPhone XR, right? So that came out in 2018, and that was the cheaper model. The audio on iPhone, I'm so impressed by the speakers, like the speakers on this thing, because I listen to music both in headphones and then out loud a lot of times, right? The speakers on this thing are so impressive to me. I don't know what kind of magic. To me, it almost feels like they came out of the future, which is funny because this is a phone that is like 2 years old, right? I bought refurbished, and really that's kind of always been fascinating to me. I'm not an Apple fanboy, but those are the kind of things that, laptops, for example, speakers on MacBooks have gotten, like, impressive. It's like carrying around a little boombox these days, it feels like. But, I really, speaking of tech demo, that's kind of one of the things that I love about comparing some of the camera options, right? I'm very much, I'm not trying to pander to anybody when I say this, right? I worked in sales, and I'll get back to what I was saying in a minute, but on this topic, I worked in sales, and I would go check out the different displays that were coming out with cell phones. Like, displays in and of themselves have always been kind of a forte of mine because I'm just really interested in technologies, and, there's a lot of debate about, like, what's a better display. But my favorite thing about Apple displays has always been that they focus so adamantly on color accuracy, really. To me, I would rather have photos and videos that are color accurate than I would something that is just super, bright and vibrant necessarily, right? And that's where I know, like, a lot of people kind of, it's a nuance of the whole conversation to me, right? I think it's a little bit lame when people are like, oh, I don't even want to talk to you if you're not blue bubble. And nobody said that to me, to be honest with you. I don't care if somebody, because I use Android too. That's one of the complicated things, right? I've got it on the list there in the top left of Voyager 0, but I'm that type of person. I'm like, I will learn every operating system, and I want to learn it as to the best of my ability. And in terms of, money has always been my main resource, or excuse me, my main limitation, not my main resource. Money has always been my main limitation, right? So again, you can only learn so much when you don't have access, right? In the past, so it was like, I think it was the first Moto G. It's like $100, and I bought it for one reason, because I was, I was saving up money, in all fairness, but like, I wanted to understand Android, you know what I mean? So for me, it's like, I already had a bunch of experience with iOS, mostly starting on an iPod Touch. When I got an when I was going to buy an iPod Touch, I already knew how to jailbreak it weeks before I even bought it, and then I buy it, and the day that it's in my hands, I jailbreak it, and I'm already looking through the file system, right? I'm installing, like SB settings is one of the early ones, right? Now we've got the quick access menu in iOS, which we used to not have at all, and, frankly, like, that's one of those things where I'm going to, I think, start using the term rooted, my iPhone. People are going to be like, no, that's for Android, but, the only reason I don't like the term jailbroken is it just sounds illicit. It's not illicit at all. I keep, bringing that back up because it's very true. I'm just going to get a charger really quickly. I've got inside here. One second. It's definitely kind of a very quickly deployed workstation, all this stuff is set up. And that's the thing, like, all dynamic. I didn't want it to be this way, especially at the beginning, but it is what it is. So that's one of the things for me that I do appreciate, when people compliment, in general. And I'm not saying I'm asking for compliments, but I'll be honest, I'm also not driven by compliments, and I do kind of mean that. Like, it's kind of the dichotomy of the situation in a way. I guess what I'm emphasizing is just that I am someone who really believes in that we should not be, how do I put it best? We should always be looking beyond what we see on the outside and what we hear. The way that we, hear people, the way that how we perceive the quality of someone's voice or what they look like or what their, nationality is, what their race is, what their religion is, right? That's why I'm anti-xenophobia. And I'll be honest, what I'm getting at is like, it's the way I was raised, which I'll be honest, part of what's difficult for me in politics is it's like some of my family just forgot how they raised me. It's like, you should never judge someone by what you see on the outside. It's kind of almost as simple as like, don't judge a book by its cover. I want people to care about the content of what I'm saying. I want them to care about the content of what's beyond just even the words in any given moment. And that's where, a lot of what I have to say, I think if anyone listens at length especially, that's what they will find, is that is why there's so much conscious thought behind what I say and why I, work the way that I do at times. And that was a big part of Voyager, right? Is I'm making all this stuff that I'm planning on editing and I'm vetting, right? And it sounds weird, right? I'm vetting my own content, right? I was interested in live streaming, but see, what I wanted to do with Voyager was have a podcast. And before, let's kind of like launch it with music, with drama in between the music, right? So it's like, having this drama between aliens and humans, right? And the contrast was also kind of intended like my normal speaking voice, right? Like, this is the Voyager, which again, I'm not even saying, I'm deepening the voice a little bit, to be honest with you, right? It's voice acting. It's a fictional character is what I'm emphasizing. Like, that's one of the dichotomies here. People have been like, oh, do you have dissociative personality disorder? And it's like, because you're not talking like a deep voice. You're supposed to be that deep voice guy. It's like, honestly, I don't feel like I personally have a particularly deep voice, but I do, I understand if people feel that way, and I appreciate, the compliment. What I'm saying is that I think that the challenge for me in this was that people found those recordings and then they thought they like read my mind, like they thought that they like knew, more about me than I know about myself. All of a sudden it's like, wow, you people, I didn't really talk about this in some of those recordings, but you realize I'm like really, really educated about psychology. I appreciate that. I'll be honest, that's the thing, is like, I am publishing on Spotify for podcasters, and it is just not the way that I intended. So I've got podcasts up on, under Voyager. I've got okay, this is one thing to mention. I've only published one of my works, because I write music, and that's not even the main thing that I do, to be honest with you. The main thing that I do is technology, and really, like, computers. Like, I engineer, I design. In my opinion, designing products is artistic. Like, speaking of the iPhone, is gonna, get back to the cameras and displays in a minute about color accuracy, but that's probably a good example, right? I did a short monologue a long time ago. Yeah, if you're interested, it's called You Have a Beautiful Soul. It's under Voyager, Voiigur. Obviously, I'm just used to spelling it out now because it's kind of like the recursive loop, right? If anybody jumps in that hasn't, a lot of these are only one viewer, and that's totally cool. One or two viewers, right? And right now, for me, it's kind of, like I said, a one-way mirror, so I can go back and edit these as I go, and, maybe some of them will clip, but also I'll just leave the whole long format up, and if people want to go dig through my VODs or my YouTube, then they can do that, right? I'll put a lot of them on YouTube and Spotify as well. And that's the thing, it's kind of like everything everywhere all at once right now, because like everyone and locally to me is kind of just like being attacked psychologically. They're like, no, you need to be this way. It's like, wait a minute, I'm not even the kind of person to tell you how to do anything with your life. I'm not asking for anything from you. I don't want your money. I don't want anything from you. It's like, we just need to be on the same page about the basic, irrefutable, fundamental aspects of who I am as a human being, which is that I'm a good person who is 100% not capable of, committing violent crime. And that's kind of my point, is that in Texas, they just don't care. Talk about character evaluation. Any real professional that sits down in a room with me, I'm not kidding, from the beginning of this, I was like, can you interrogate me? Like, can you put me in an interrogation room? Because you people realize that would make all of this go away immediately. They kind of didn't want to do that. They were like, no, we want to defame you relentlessly and really just dehumanize you relentlessly with everyone first, so that then everyone believes these terrible lies about you. And like, wow, y'all, that is really bizarre, because like that is always going to be corrected no matter what happens. And, somehow we landed in a place where it seemed like we were doing, quote, corrections when we hadn't obeyed the law in the first place. And I was like, wait a minute, I have every legal right to speak up about that. Like, to be honest with you, it's kind of a big deal. You can't just kind of like skip over the part where, we all have constitutionally protected, legal rights. It's not just protected. They're like foundational to every aspect of, quote, law. Like, and that's why, like, I'm not kidding. I will get a law degree now. And because I see that, like, wow, how often, and I'll be honest, nothing quite like this has literally ever happened. I'm not mentally ill, but I'll be honest, nothing quite like that. It had a lot to do with international law and the fact that from the beginning I needed to sit down and have confidential conversations, and I'm not claiming that. I needed to have confidential conversations with executives in another country, and I'm not even going to say which one right now, but that's what's so complicated for me, is that I just was never even allowed to do that, and I needed people to know that I can't explain why I need to have confidential conversations, which should never, to be honest, that should never be something that anybody ever has to say. Can I put it that way? Like, no one should ever have to explain, like, yeah, it's something. It's like, what do you need to talk about that's so, quote, confidential? It's like, oh, sorry, that's confidential. It's like, oh, yeah. Like, no, it actually literally is confidential. I'm actually not claiming that. And they're like, oh, sure. It's like, oh, wait a minute, I'm not joking. Like, it is confidential. Like, and we're playing this game this whole time where, they kind of had, dehumanized me so relentlessly that I'm conscious of the fact that, like, they straight up just actually don't believe me, which is really kind of a challenge for me, if I'm being honest, because I'm just like, what reality did I step into where you people think this is acceptable? This is actually really kind of confusing for me. But, speaking of reality, right, and color, accuracy, that's kind of what I mean, right? I guess I'm not saying that because that's actually a dichotomy right there, okay? There are conversations about, I love when reviewers go really in-depth in cameras on cell phones right now. And in general, I know that's one of the main things that they cover, right? But I do mean it when I say that, they're good YouTubers, and I will. It's like, I'll be honest, MKBHD is always one, like, someday. I think he does such a good in-depth, he goes really in-depth, and his style of conveying information is very, like, human, you know what I mean? Even though he's definitely really technically knowledgeable and capable. And so always, I've, like, every time he does a new iPhone comes out, I want to see his review, because I care about what, nuance he's going to address in what he says. And every new, cell phone in general. So to speak to that, like, I'm a fan of Samsung, I'll be honest. I think they have good products. I really do. One of the things I've noticed way back is, like, I'm not, this is one of those big picture conversations about, I've already done a lot of writing on it in the past, but I'm going to do a live stream / podcast about kind of the roots of Android and iOS. And one of the things that people have always argued about in a way that I'm like, wow, some of you are not addressing the nuance in some of this, is that RAM in iOS, and RAM on iPhones, the amount of RAM. There's a random access memory, of course, is what it stands for, right? But it really is. It's a short-term, short-term memory of your whole device, and I know most people know that. They're very aware what RAM is. We talk about it all the time if anybody builds a computer or is into computers. But see, it's one of those things where if you're comparing cell phones, like an Android and an iOS, and this has become, the nuance in this has changed over time to some extent, but it's also kind of similar. iOS was always a much less RAM-dependent operating system. It didn't make sense for them to build iPhones that had as much RAM in them, and yet you had people that are like, well, this Android phone has, 3 gigabytes, whereas, and I'm saying, like, way back when, now they have way more, trust me, but, like, 3 gigabytes compared to a 1 gigabyte on an iPhone, right? And what they didn't realize was, it's like, well, you're actually not kind of understanding that it doesn't actually even mean the device is better at, quote, multitasking, just that it has more RAM inherently. One of the things with Android when it first came out is that all apps ran within a virtual machine to some extent, essentially. I'm oversimplifying. This has changed now. This is no longer the case, right? And that really is a big part of, well, an operating system being performant, especially when you're looking at something like multitasking. Sorry, I have my phone plugged in, but it's apparently not charging. Look at that. I always joke about, like, oh, I don't know about anything about computers. Maybe this outlet outside is not on right now. Let's see. Wow, okay, yeah, apparently that is not functioning. So, one sec. So I'll be, a big part of this from the beginning. Sidebar, I love hopping between streams. I appreciate that. So this is what I'm trying to show. Like I said, it's a portfolio. I'm not trying to show off. Right now, there's a couple reasons that I'm multi-streaming. But this is what, when I used that term in the past to try to explain to some people. I was like, I'm developing technology in multi-streaming. And I'll be honest, the way that I've been diminished in this, I think there was just a lot of not even understanding that I'm completely serious when I say, no, I'm engineering new technology. I'm not saying that to sound cool. I am that kind of person, right? I wanted to learn about computers from the silicon up. I'm really into chip architectures, for example, and I'm not saying that I'm the world's leading expert. What I'm saying is that, I really, really mean it. I care about, the fact that, well, we should think about computers more. Sorry, I just need to move this cable. We should think about computers more as they are, and phones for me, just like the iPod Touch, right? The iPod Touch I got was because, well, I couldn't afford an iPhone. There's no question about that. And I always in my family, we had to pay for everything ourselves. And I'm never saying that was a bad thing in any way, shape, or form. It really made me have to, my dollars had to count. There's no question, right? And so it's an iPod Touch for me was the computer of all computers in a way at the time. It's wow, I can have a pocket computer. I think this is so cool. I can put music on here. I can, literally, I can play games, and that's the thing, I didn't honestly play a lot of games, though, I'll be frank with you. It mostly was about just having a computer to understand it from the inside out, and I did. It's the device almost matters to me, just in that every computer I've ever had has mattered so much in my education for myself, and quite frankly, when how do I put this best? With this concept of multi-streaming, it had a lot to do with, I'll be frank with you, that's part of what's challenging for me. I'm not even really super familiar with, the colloquial terms on Twitch. It's no offense to anybody on Twitch, but I've very rarely had a lot of time to, be on Twitch, to see what other streamers, how they work exactly. For me, it's kind of I'm using Twitch as a technical platform. It's the back-end service for me than publishing and also hosting content. So if other people on Twitch are interested in my VODs and how I stream, then that's awesome. I want to work with people. But see, I've been in this situation, I'm not kidding, it's been straight up defamation. It's been really defamatory what's happened. And so part of what I'm doing is I've got to present who I literally am. You know what I mean? It's almost like the color accuracy of a camera on a cell phone is this is, the accurate image, me being calm, and rather than me in an apartment that, to be honest with you, that's the thing, a lot of people didn't realize, I was in a situation in that apartment where I'd been, so exhausted, and I still am, actually. That's part of what sucks about this whole thing. It's actually so cruel. I'm venting a little bit. It's so cruel what we've allowed to happen, and I'm not, I'm the kind of person where if I saw what was happening to me during this, I would have said immediately, you need to put a stop to that. And I really appreciate, there were people that quit their whole jobs over what was being allowed to occur in this particular team, right? I mentioned a faction of individuals formed, and that's actually not an exaggeration, as ridiculous as it sounds, because it had a lot to do with the fact that we had been acquired twice, right? So then you have people from, the local company that are oh, we need to combine forces. He's talking, they're lying to people in another country about what I've really said. They don't even know what I've said. And then the people in the other country, I'll be honest, some of them were quite, a little bit political. And so they're kind of abusing political narratives in this from the beginning. And they're kind of faction up, It's oh my God, you've all worked with me for years. And you should trust me to go to an HR department. You don't even know what I've said. And what I said was it's not my play. I'm not snitching. It's not a cover your ass. It's not a CYA in any way. I'm not, kidding. Some of these men have committed some real white collar crimes. I need to communicate that. But I'm not saying that, we need to, prosecute them. I'm saying that, that's a, internal, that's a business decision from the top down. That's not my choice. That's not my call to make, you know what I mean? And what they can never say is that I did not tell them. And that's what I'm saying to HR, right? It's I've gone to them. I've gone to them. I've gone to them. I've gone to them. It's I said to HR, though, that, that this is something that's kind of a long-term conversation. I honestly don't have any way to convey all of this information in any brief manner. Well, that's what sucks, is it wasn't HR's fault, but one of the managers finds out about that I've gone to HR, and that's actually what was really kind of implicating from the beginning. He threatens me, like, really criminally. Like, you can't threaten an employee. He's not even, I'm not even his subordinate employee, let me mention that. He is a manager and I'm not a manager, but I am not his subordinate employee. And trust me, as soon as my manager was no longer this manager I had in Austin, I was so glad, because I had lost personal, but beyond what's required in a business capacity, I'd lost personal respect for, well, multiple of those managers, really just the two of them, like, long before that. And so I was like, thank God, like, I get to, work more with Canadians. And it's not that I have anything against, Americans at all. I'm an American through and through, trust me. But there was just a lot of, like, cruel behavior and, like, really kind of straight up pathological abuse from these folks to other people on their team, and I had the inside scoop on all of that from the beginning, and I'm really educated about psychology. So from a business perspective, I was just kind of like, no, you guys are kind of shitty. It's like the simplest way for me to say it. It's like, yeah, you guys are kind of shitty, but I'm just okay. I can still work with you because I'm a professional, like, and that's the thing. I was never a disgruntled employee. They paid me like shit. I was like their genie when they fire people, which they do with reckless abandon, without any notice. They'll fire people because they make some, and let me emphasize this. People will get fired because a manager made a political comment, and then somebody else is like, oh, maybe you shouldn't be talking about politics, and they're like, fired, cashed out, right? But I'm like the genie. I'm like the super technical autistic genie for these people. They're like, summon the genie, hey, tomorrow at 2 p.m., you're going to lock this guy out of all systems. And I'm just like, or they won't even say that, right? They're just like, we're firing him, so you got to lock all of his access. And it's like, okay, and I'll be honest, like, things were not well managed, so that's like a process, right? It's like, all right, and that's where it's like, it's double, for me, I have to be a professional, right? Even if I like this person, I can't give them a heads up, I can't say a word to them, right? And I just have to be ready at that time. I'm like, okay, locked out of this, locked out of that, locked out of that, locked out of that, and then a lot of times I have to end up, cleaning their machine up, and I'm never going through anybody's stuff in any way. That's what the other sysadmins would do, though, which pisses me off, because I care about that kind of stuff. They're like immediately try to go through all their email, go through all their notes, and I knew they would try to pull that shit with me too, really, because that's just how they work. They're super shitty in that way, if I'm being honest. But I think one of the main things to me about color accuracy, right? So I've heard even like that there is kind of there's algorithms, right? Each smartphone, manufacturer has taken a different approach to some extent, not like all the way, but there's a different level of, how much image processing are they doing. And I would say that, you could probably have argument all day about like who is doing more or less. And maybe you would need some really technical people. I'll be honest, these I did not, these I've been saying repeatedly. There's a landscaper who's supposed to be doing his job cleaning up shit around here, and now it's a long story. You might have seen my other streams talking about him, or yesterday. He's like really fucking actually a bad dude. But I don't know what to do with those propane tanks. They're just piled up by the shed, and it looks so sketchy for real. But anyway, they're in a way, this is how simple they're trying to create not just a distorted image of who I am, but like a completely fucking fraudulent image of who I am. And they really, the fact that they felt obligated to do that was, a direct result of it. It was incriminating for them, right? For a manager to threaten me the way that he did from the beginning, I was like, wait a minute, I didn't really think that you had anything to be worried about, but like now I do. I actually mean that, like really, you're like so, I never, because this dude was like, buddy to me. He was always like, yeah, I started in IT. You're kind of like me. You can't be like me someday. He's always bragging about his generous salary. He goes to the Netherlands every year for like a week or two, and he comes back and he's like, yeah, why don't you take any time out? First of all, he's like, where's that fat piece of shit again? He always said to me about this dude. He was like, no, that guy's so lazy. Yeah, he never does his job. I'm like, sir, it really doesn't make me feel better because, you could address that situation, and it makes my life a living hell that this guy never does his job. You all think it's funny. It's not funny at all. It's like fucking terrible. Like, trigger warning, 18 plus only. I mean it. Like, I have to be unfiltered about that shit. It almost makes me sick to my stomach. They were like, they're literally so, out of touch with how much fucking work I was having to do just because they think it's funny. This dude is getting paid, like, I shouldn't even know, but he tells me, he's getting paid way more, and I wasn't even mad about his payment. Let me put it that way. I was never disgruntled. I'm like, I love this job. I care. I actually care about our customers, and you all know that this guy doesn't give a fuck. And then you think it's funny to come over here and be like, oh yeah, where's he again today? Is he at the gym again? It's like, yeah, y'all, I mean, he's at the gym every day, and he's not really, I'll be honest, that's the problem. He was like a severe alcoholic. Like, he's a foodie, quote, right? So he's always talking about how he can't resist, eating all this unhealthy food, and I'm not judging him about that. I'm very anti, body shaming. I mean it. And so really, I'm like, it really is like, I'm the kind of person I'll be, super fit sometimes. Like, I'm also very against super fit people being like, yeah, everybody needs to just be in better shape. Like, okay, we have nuance, you know what I'm saying? Like, people have health issues. People have disabilities. People have deficits. Not everybody can wake up at, 4:30 in the morning and go for a super jog and, be the most disciplined, eat, 2 eggs and like, again, I'm not even saying that it would be the most disciplined. I'm just giving, random examples, right? What I'm saying, though, is that, like, it's kind of like, it comes back to conversations that I've had with people that were learning about programming to me, which is that, I'm not even going to say who, but it really mattered to me a lot. It's actually one of the things that, like, I'm really passionate about this in particular. Information is one of those things that is really easy to kind of, like, gatekeep. Right? It's like, I learned this and everybody else could do it and nobody else, it's like, why doesn't everybody else learn this the way that I did? And it's like, okay, wait a minute though. I mean, how many people helped you along the way? And you kind of like, really benefited from, you talk about privilege. That's kind of what I mean. 1 second. See, for example, right now, I can't explain everything, but I want people to see that I'm streaming, right? That's why I'm multi-streaming, and I'm walking around, sometimes outside, I'm going on walks. I lived in Austin for years. Streaming is new to some extent. It's not really new, though, is it, now? Look how many streamers there are. Part of what I'm saying is, I was, one day, and I've told the story recently, but I'll tell it again real quickly, because I've said, no offense to you if you're still there, but I really mean it when I say, the streaming is a brand new platform. And in some ways, I say brand new because I really do. I don't look into the future, but I look at all these markets and I keep up with all of these technologies because I find all of that. Understanding computers from the ground up was important to me to understand the bigger picture about, well, where are we headed with technology? Where are we headed with the way that we communicate information? And so to me, it was really important that we apply consciousness, right? That's a really important term. It's not a political term. It shouldn't be thought of that way. And I always remind people that the human consciousness is something that we're still, if anybody's saying that we fully understand the human consciousness, then they're telling a lie. I'm just being honest. Like, I'm really educated about neurology and psychology, and really, really two fascinating topics. Speech in and of itself, it's a fundamental aspect of who we are as beings, that we can just talk and that we absorb the ability to talk, most of us, right? We all have deficits and disabilities. And that's something to say from the beginning of, people learn speech at different rates in life. And so when it comes down to it, we have to be mindful of one another's, well, we can't be perfect. We can't be robots, right? It's not like we have an algorithm that from the day you're born, we can say you're autistic, right? And that's part of what's challenging. Speaking of autism, we don't have I'm just letting everybody know, we don't actually have people suddenly like, oh, everybody's autistic now, like that's easy. It's easy to be lazy in perspective and kind of force a really one-dimensional view of that kind of stuff. What I'm saying is that what we have is more precision and accuracy in diagnosis, and that's what's occurring, and that's objectively a good thing. But let me also emphasize that one of the really important things on that topic is that we need to remind one another that we can't just like slam people with a label and now suddenly they're castigated because oh, they're autistic, you know, they got to be treated differently or whatever. It's like that's one of the, it's a double-edged sword in a way of, you know, we both need to understand that there are deficits and differences in how people learn and how they're going to even learn something like speech. But at the same time, we are all human beings. And that's one of the paradoxes or dichotomies about who we are, why we can't be so binary, right? Is that we have to both be able to acknowledge that every single human being, no matter who we are, it's one of the coolest things to me about looking back. When you're talking about influences, we should not look at anybody like, oh, you're going to be Steve Jobs. Oh, you're going to be Bill Gates. Oh, you're going to be Steve Wozniak. Oh, you're going to be, Mark Zuckerberg. Oh, you're going to be Elon Musk. Oh, you're going to be Alan Turing. Oh, you're going to be, JFK. Oh, you're going to be, Martin Luther King. Like, no, you're not going to be any of these people. They are who they were. And see, I'm not going to get into religion too much, but I do believe in soul. And I believe that it's like one of those things that, we value human life above all other forms of life, and I think rightfully so, right? We should never hopefully find ourselves in this kind of position, but it makes me think of iRobot, right? Where in iRobot, some of the fundamental rules is that a human being's life will always come before even a robot's life. They're actually, it's part of their core, most root level logic. They're required to put a human being's life before their own. And, it really brings up, it's actually, iRobot is, I'm sorry, that is the name of the movie, right? The one with Will Smith. I believe is iRobot, but I apologize if it's, if I'm getting the title wrong. Really, it's a movie that matters. And I think there's a book that I would love to read the book, and I probably will. Really, though, it's really important to think about. We're on the cusp. ChatGPT is a good example. AI is this is just the beginning. And I really want to say strongly, I do not feel that we should be afraid. I feel that what we should do is, with consciousness, approach the nuance of these conversations with forethought of the fact that every single human being, this dichotomy about us, we are both extremely resilient as human beings, and we are also extremely vulnerable. Thank you very much for confirming. I was like, am I thinking of, what is it, I think there's a brand name that's I something. I was like, I'm making sure. But really, we should approach, these conversations and these topics with, we don't want to be lazy in our perspectives. We don't want to be, that there's always more. I always encourage, instead of seeing things as right or wrong, left or right, it's okay, see things in a series of spectrums. Okay, there are some things that I think when it comes down to it, it's that's wrong, right? And I have to put my foot down and say that, what happened in Austin, that was wrong. To deny me my not just my legally, protected human rights, but from the beginning, it's we have a constitution that's very clear. I have every right to speak for myself in a court of law, and somehow that was denied to me from the beginning. We couldn't even have gotten as far as we did if that did not occur. But, to be honest with you, there is a lot more I could say when I say somehow that was denied. There was a lot of felony crime involved in how that was denied to me. And I was like, wow, that's kind of part of why I was in a bathtub. It's I've got to be really, people are going to get mad like I'm being controversial, but it's actually not controversial. It's the least controversial thing ever. It's just the truth. How do we find ourselves in a spot where the truth is so controversial and offensive to people, quite frankly, is part of what I was a little bit confused about. But what I'm saying with, influences, for example, no, don't look at anybody as you're going to be a carbon copy or a clone of those people. Look at those people as the holistic human beings that they were. And that means acknowledging Steve Jobs was maybe sometimes a little bit of a jerk. That's maybe a gentle way to say it. I'm not encouraging anybody to be a jerk. Sometimes he was, maybe a little bit of a jerk. People other names on that list, I'm not even getting. Well, Elon Musk, he gets, in my opinion, a bit of a, unfair, reputation sometimes. What do I mean? I'm not trying to pander to anybody when I say that. What I mean is that, he's a human being too. And so when I see, there's a lot of argument over the whole flight tracker thing. And I've mentioned this example before. The dude is a billionaire. Okay? That dude has so much to protect. Talk about having a target on your back. I don't even, if you're that Mark Zuckerberg included, you're that wealthy, you're that influential, you're that powerful, in all fairness, maybe that's part of what people are frustrated. They feel maybe they think that he shouldn't be tweeting, and then like they would accuse him of being, quote, careless with his words. But one thing I think that he acknowledges is that, it's never about the one thing that you say, right? And everything is like, okay, wait, did you misunderstand that? Okay, with context, oh, okay, now that makes more sense. I'm, misunderstanding, right? But I'm not even saying everything is that simple. I guess what I am saying is that, to be honest with you, I really feel strongly that we really need to look at, the bigger picture perspective in a lot of these conversations because, well, autism being one example, like, the last thing I ever, hope to see is that, and I don't mean hope, but I don't want to allow people to continue like, for example, you find out that your child has autism. You should not be afraid. Can I put it that way? It's like, wow, part of the dichotomy here. My family is they don't have enough faith to even believe that I'm on the autism spectrum. But see, what comes with that as well is like one of my, I'm not even going to say who, but someone in my direct, relative he was spitting in my face. He's like, people thought Steve Jobs is autistic, but he was a CEO. And it's like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? To be honest, that tells me that your root level logic is flawed. You think that someone that's on the autism spectrum can't have a really serious job or can't be, really educated or can't be, really good at what they do. Like, and that, I wasn't trying to, that's the thing is I'm just the last person on earth to be like, shut your fucking mouth, like really, I mean it. People, I'll be honest with you, I'm the kind of person that somebody like, straight up will walk up to me and punch me in the face. And most people will be like, I'll be honest, I can defend myself physically. Let me just put it that way. As part of the dichotomy with me, I look like I'm serious, okay? I have a neurological disability, and a lot of it has to do with that brain injury. But I've been an athlete my entire life. I can do a standing back tuck. I can stand on my hands for minutes at a time. I'm really quite decent at soccer. I'm a veteran soccer player. I played my whole lifetime. I love soccer. I'll always be an advocate for encourage to play soccer. It's a fun sport. It's a good way to get exercise. I'm grateful. Thank you very much. I'll be honest, I promise I'm not trying to show off. In fact, if anything, I'm trying to encourage people, as I always have with handstands. Like, you can do it too. It's just like with computers. I swear to God, that's my worldview. You can too, and I believe in you, and I will always be your biggest, cheerleader out there as a streamer, as a content creator, as in anything. Like, I'm not saying I'm a cheerleader because I'm not. The handstands are, I said I'm into acrobatics. I worked with some people that were like cheer coaches for a while in a restaurant, and they were some of the coolest people. They were heartfelt. They were athletes through and through. You know what I mean? Like, good people, honestly. And like, this is one of those things that's really funny to me, and it's not funny though, right? It's like, they were, one of them I think was possibly, he might have been gay, and I had no issue with that. The other one was like really, really definitely heterosexual, you know what I mean? And like, the fact, we talked about that, I think even. He was like really acrobatic and athletic and a hard worker, one of the hardest workers in the restaurant, no question. It's like I loved closing with him, like get shit done, like one of those type of people, and I am too, honest to God truth. I'm not saying I'm always perfect though, and everybody has limitations. One of them for me, I appreciate that. This is the thing. I was even talking about this when this was going on in Austin. I'm just not, we kind of have a bit of a flex culture. But right now, I feel like in the state of our social media, with Instagram, and there's nothing against Instagram at all. Like I'll probably be on Instagram posting some stuff and pictures of this beautiful tree, for example, which like I posted on Twitter, literally just because I'm that kind of person. Okay, I will let you know I am very comfortable with my sexuality. I am heterosexual, and I don't mean to offend anybody. I sort of did. I was like, well, I'm bisexual, but I was just kind of thinking about it, and that's the thing. I'm not really attracted to men, but I think in a way I was really feeling really frustrated with the fact that so many people were so obsessed with my sexuality at the time that I was kind of like, yeah, fuck you people. If I think, like, for example, with a partner in the past, so we talked about it, she knew I was comfortable with my sexuality. She knew I didn't want to be with other men, but also she knew I was comfortable enough to be like, yeah, that guy, people would call him hot, if I would need to put it that way, right? And that's what bothers me is that, like, we shouldn't be so, binary and bigoted. Like, to be honest with you, we should be able to, like, be open about, like, those kind of things, right? She was bisexual, to be honest. I'm not speaking for her, but she was always like, well, I kind of, there's a nuance, right? I don't want to put words in her mouth, but she was always kind of like, well, I'm just interested in like, you know, making out with a girl, and like, and then that's what's nuance, right? I just have to be honest, like, well, you know, people get mad at me, especially, you know, religious folks get so mad at me for saying this. You know, do I find it attractive? Like, you know, women making out sometimes. I'm not saying that's a thing, right? I'm not saying that, you know, I need to see it or that I want people to make out in front of me. I'm saying that it doesn't bother me, and I'm very anti-homophobia. And I told her how I honest to God feel. I was like, well, you know, I'm not really, you know, that was, again, really, and that probably a topic for a different day, just because there's a lot of nuance in that. But basically, you know, she was actually, she was interested in like having a threesome at some point, and like, you know, inviting a third with us, and there was some stuff in the past. It was like in that category a little bit, but it was like very not, you know, we didn't have, you know, sex with a third person or anything like that. And I think part of what was complicated for me was that, you know, I was saying to her, I was like, okay, if you want to make out with somebody else in front of me, that or even not, like, how are you, like, that's how I'm in a relationship. It's all about communication. You know, to be honest with you, that's the main thing, is trust in a partner. I'm not really, you know, quote, poly, but like, I'm not here to tell anybody what they are or what they should be. Is that one way to say it? I believe in, well, for example, I think if you should be really safe, and like right now, for example, I don't have the money, but like I won't be with anyone else until, I mentioned this in the bathtub last night, I won't be with anyone else. It's nothing, it's not a judgment towards the person I was with in any way. It's just, there, you know, really, I mean, honest to God, it's like, I feel strongly about getting tested, but between, you know, you're with somebody, and then, you know, before you're with somebody else, don't put them, you know, at risk or whatever. And so that's where it's like, it's kind of despicably terrible. I've just lacked for healthcare for years before all this shit started, and because of the way this has gone, I've lacked for healthcare even more severely, because, well, they went after my employment itself. Like, these folks involved in this, they straight up, the last thing on earth that they want to ever occur is that I be able to do my fucking job, which is so evil. It's so psychotic. It's so fucking criminal. Like, and that's where I'm like, you know, on that computer in there, right? Like last night, I'm opening pictures that are not even opening. It's like the most basic fucking thing on a computer. I'm like, this whole time, the narrative they've gone after is like, they're hacking my machine, and in software, we have this joke. It's like, oh, now, okay, right, I help somebody, right, with an issue on their computer, which is very common. I'm like both the humanist, and I am. I'm a humanist, right? But being a humanist to me does not mean that you're an atheist personally, even though some people would try to define it that way. I'm a humanist in that, at times, how do I put it best? At times, I have called myself an agnostic, because I was just really frustrated with the, I felt like there's a lot of politics being brought into religion, right? And this goes back to conversations I had in the past, even at church camp, you know, with people I really respected. And I told him some of my perspective, and he was like, well, you know, there's a difference between religion and faith. And I completely agree. In fact, it's like, wow, talk about root level logic. This is straight from scripture. There's a difference between religion and faith. Religion, you know, it's sort of the, you know, the ideas around the practicing of, you know, what you consider to be, you know, your belief structure in a way. I'm not trying to, this is very, very, you know, Occam's razor replied to that summary. Whereas faith is, you know, faith is sort of what the Bible is really communicating in its core, most root level logic, right? There's a lot, the Bible, I'll be honest with you, I'm not trying to put words in anybody's mouth, but like, it's actually so true. You know, someone once said, I'm not even going to say who or where from, they're like, the Bible is actually more kind of like a, you know, they weren't calling it fictional, don't get me wrong, but they were like, the Bible is kind of like Game of Thrones. Like, if you read the Bible, you just study the Bible through and through, it's like, wow, there's some like dark shit. Like, no offense, I know I'm saying shit, and I'm also saying I'm a Christian, but that's the thing. What I'm saying is the Bible really communicates to you that, like, the cursing here and there, and I'm not and condoning it for anyone else, and I'm not saying it's some free pass or a loophole. What I'm saying is that the moment, it's like a logician, the moment that we're in the spot in, you know, being a quote Christian, that people are like, well, I'm going to gatekeep whether or not you're a real Christian, right? And this is, let me point this out, this has always been one of the things that I've talked to, and it's actually made some people so angry, and I don't think it should personally, but I've said that, well, this concept was presented to me. If you believe that the earth is is more than 6,000 years old, that you can't be a real Christian. I've heard people say that. And it's no offense. Like, let me put it this way. People are allowed to believe the earth is 6,000 years old if they want to believe that. I'll be honest, that's the thing. For me, as someone, again, I don't even want to talk about family. My father was a science teacher and a physics teacher for like much of my childhood. You know, I looked up to him when the doctor, when I was younger, asked me, he's like, what do you want to be when you grow up? At the time, you know, I'm like, I want to be a physics teacher and a soccer coach. Like, you know, because that's what my dad is. And he coaches my brother and he coaches me. You know, and like, I love soccer and I love science. And that was one of my favorite. When I was younger, I annoyed the living hell out of my mom because I would ask her so many questions. But I got, you know, really, I was like, I've mentioned this before, I got to the point where, because I frustrated her sometimes with the questions, I would actually start with a question. I was like, can I ask a question? And she would be like, she's like, yes, what is the question? Like, go, you know, it's like, because already the only reason I'm asking if I can ask a question is because I asked so many questions that she was like frustrated, right? So I was like, okay, maybe this is like a way to ask more questions. You won't get mad. I'll ask for consent to ask a question, and then I'll ask a question, and then maybe that's like a good way, right? But like, you know, I asked my dad a lot of questions too, of course, right? And I'll be honest, so he was always, if I asked a question about physics, if I asked a question about science, he was like, no, here is the answer. You know, like Bill Nye the Science Guy is like, here is how this works in physics. I will draw this out for you. I will show you. And so that's like, I need people to understand I love my family so much, and it's like, it's so terrible that they just, I'm not trying to say they are terrible. That's the separation, right? Like a logician, I need people to understand I'm saying that they found themselves in the spot where they've clung to political narratives that are not true, and partially because of that, they've diminished who I am holistically as a human being. And I've been trying to explain that to them, and a lot of them just do not want to sit down and listen to me. So I have to if I have to publicly stream that that's what I'm explaining, if I have to publicly, you know, post that, like, no, it's not okay to all lie to your family member in a group and tell them, you know, no, we're not, you know, allowing you to be, you know, eavesdropped upon, and we all know it, and we've allowed perjury. And it's like, that's the thing, right? How did we land in a spot where someone's legal rights were denied, and my own family was allowed to commit felony espionage, but they're lying in my face about it? And I'm even just explaining, look, I have to have literally confidential conversations with people in another country, and no, you don't get to even know why. You know what I mean? Like, look at the root level issue that's created there. It's like, it's actually like that black and white. It's that binary. Like, no, we can never find ourselves. I'm actually saying, like, this will be that 1 in a billion for my family members. They just didn't have enough faith to believe me that I was telling the truth, and I was always telling the truth. And that's kind of what created this situation that allowed this group of, well, psychopathic criminals to form up and take advantage of the situation with reckless abandon. They really did. They stole my social. They broke into a bunch of accounts. They stole all of this from me. Like, I'm sitting there, I'm like, yo, you're letting my entire life be fucking destroyed. And one of my relatives in Austin, he's like, well, why don't you quit your job? And I'm like, I love my job. You don't even know how much I've dedicated to this job, man. You don't get to sit there and tell me I need to quit my job when you're not even communicating with me. You're not even telling, like, I'm sitting here hands in the air, like you need to talk to me. And for the first time in my life, I'm telling you, I've got something really important. Not only that I need to, communicate with confidentially to people in another country, but that you can't even know. And that's kind of the thing. I need you to actually listen to me. For the first time in my life, you've always been a little bit condescending. You've always been a little bit of a, arrogant guy to me. I need you to actually listen to me. The first time in my life. You have no idea how much I've looked up to you. You have no idea how intently I've listened to you when you're talking to me about, he spent, time in other, like in China, for example, right? And that's the thing, and this is so complicated, like geopolitics even is kind of relevant because, like, well, that's what I can't really talk about, right? Because, a lot of what I needed to communicate had to do just with the fact that I worked for another company, and, well, and I don't even want to say where, but kind of where you're at, which I know I just did, right? It's like, and that's what's so difficult for me, is like, I'm kind of not supposed to talk about it, but I've been illegally muzzled, and like, I'm on the autism spectrum, so I'm like, every conversation I go into, it's like with my mom, it's like, if you don't want me to ask a question, then I won't ask, because I don't want you to be mad at me, but I do just have a question, right? So it's like, I'm sitting here, I'm like, what level of information do you need? Okay, I will give you this information. I like I'm not a robot, right? But it's like, look how conscious I can be of all of that, and people just like wouldn't even let me, well, tell the truth in a context of like, no, we need you to be this lie that was painted about you. And then there's hints of like, we're settling a debate, but you're not allowed to, you were settling a debate about you as a human being, but you're not even allowed to know what the debate is about. You're not even allowed to participate in the debate, and we're going to commit relentless felony crime trying to prevent you from even speaking for yourself. It's like, okay, if you do that to me, you will get me at the point where like, I'm filming myself on multiple cameras, recording myself on multiple microphones, using every single bit of technical skill that I have, making a portfolio of something that I was already designing before to explain to the whole world that no, this can never happen again. I'm serious. We can never allow this to happen again, because I've told the truth from the beginning, and I've stood by the truth. And right now, for example, I love my grandmother so much, but she doesn't understand what's going on. She doesn't know what streaming is. She doesn't know what podcasting really is. I've been telling her, it's like, I'm broadcasting to like the world, right? I'm trying to explain to her how big of a deal this is, that I'm at this point where it's like, you guys are kind of, not really, but you're lying. I've actually even openly said, is like, you're lying to me as a group, and I need you to not do that. I need you to actually communicate with me. I need you to actually tell me, like, you really, like, you got to believe me, because I'm not asking you to believe me at this point. I'm letting you know, like, for example, I was accused of doing something that data irrefutably asserts I did not do. But see, that being said, if I investigate myself and I find that, well, folks in the state of Texas, some of them in the government, for example, they're aware, understand, speaking of consciousness, they're aware that the data irrefutably asserts my innocence. Well, what kind of position does that put my family in, right? Because I'll be honest, they're all Republicans. They're all, besides my one sibling who, that's what's so complicated. He was not listening to me, and he was not understanding really the real, influence that these men at my job in Austin had, and then the gravity of the kind of company that we worked at. And that's what was so complicated for me. I'm like, man, you got to understand, this is a good company. And I really, when this company bought us, I was like, wow, I really hope I have a future with this company, because I believe in this company. Like, and I'm the kind of person that, like, I go research a company, you know what I mean? Like, I go, like, and not in a weird way, right? In a good way. Like, I just want to know what y'all are about, your values. I want to understand, how you're thinking. Hello. All right. Did you need something? I can help you out? Okay. I'm broadcasting. Yeah, I'm just talking to some folks on the internet right now, but love you. See, and that's the thing, I really do. I love her so much. This has been the hardest thing in the world for me, because to be honest with you, I really did. I came up here for a safe house, because I was being muzzled in Texas. I've got that image of a puppy dog with a muzzle on his face, because I'm a puppy dog. Like, I love trees, I love flowers, not trees, like, quote, drugs, is what every word that I say, in a way, they're like, I say they, and it's not mental illness. Like, I'll be honest, that's the thing that's come to my attention. Like, it's such a one-dimensional perspective can be forced when, well, to be honest, like, someone like DEA, they have all the intelligence in the world to know that I'm not a criminal, I'm not a drug dealer, I'm not a drug trafficker, I'm not a bad guy. And honestly, some of them, they'll turn around, they'll take that surveillance apparatus and they will try to obfuscate. They'll use it to try to lie. They'll use it to try to, well, torture someone with surveillance, lie to their face about it, and create a fraudulent image about them. And that's what I'm like, family, my actual relatives, I don't want you, I don't want to offend you, but I'm just letting you know, like, I never for a moment had anything against them, but they have everything in the world against me, to an extent that I do not understand, and nor could I ever. I'm really bizarrely confused about how much some of these people hate me. Like, they hate me so much, they're not even able to control it, and I never wanted to say that, you know what I mean? But, like, they've just kind of gone out of their way to prove that, like, over and over and over and over again. And again, I did not ever want to say that. I really did not. You know, but that's what will get me. It's like, wow, nobody's giving me any information. Everybody's lying to me. And I'm really, that's the thing. You know, speaking of this tool, Pegasus, part of the reason I'm covering is like, it can be real torture. And I'm not saying, like, in my case, I'm not saying it can be. I mean, just, they wired that up to a social media service, Discord. And that's where I was just saying from the beginning. It's like, they're throwing it in my face that they're doing that. Like, we can't sit around, you know. I really appreciate that. I mean it. You know, to be honest with you, I really felt like if I put myself out there that people would recognize who I am. But see, how do you put yourself out there in a context where you're being muzzled was kind of like the Rubik's Cube of all Rubik's Cubes. You know what I mean? Because it's like they're actively, like, for example, this phone in particular. You know, part of the reason I've got the Voyager 2 is filming Voyager 1, which is this device, right? And I'm really, the stream, I've been walking, right? And I get to talking about, well, national security and TikTok. And, you know, basically I'm explaining that it was actually relevant that I use that's the thing, it's so complicated. There's so much nuance in this to even say it, but I'm going to say it very quickly and briefly because now it's kind of like recursively, you know, I'm actually explaining this is the truth. It is relevant that I own an Apple or a Google phone. And why is that relevant? Well, it's because, to be honest with you, they're both American manufacturers. And I don't like to say it that simply. You know, it's in my opinion, that's something to emphasize very much. You know, neither Apple or Google and it's not like they're shells spying on anybody else, right? But what I'm saying is that for me, you know, okay, it's nothing against Motorola, actually. I trust Motorola. I'm not even saying I distrust Lenovo, right? But Lenovo owns Motorola, and Lenovo is a Chinese company. Well, you know, to be honest with you, this organization that's kind of been after me in a way, and it's not mental illness, like, they are willing to twist the truth to an extent that I've, like, almost never been able to process. It's like, wow, you, like, talk about double speak. And part of what I mean is, like, even the fact that during this, right, so DEA or Texas law enforcement would want to say it was like sketchy of me to buy a new phone, right? And trust me, I didn't want to buy a new phone. This is the most complicated part for me to explain. It's like, okay, so I have an iPhone 8 Plus. It's actually Voyager 2 in there, which, to be honest with you, it's like, frankly, I'm the kind of person that, you know, I want to buy to own all the time, right? I'm going to pay for things in cash, I'll be honest with you. I don't really like financing in general. I'm not trying to speak down upon people that do, right? But, like, really, you know, the intent, and the only reason I even got that, like, it's my job alone, you know, to be honest with you. I didn't even want a new phone. My battery on my phone was dead and dying, and I didn't have a quick or easy way to replace it. And, you know, to be frank, like, it was even that part of the narrative is kind of easy to abuse. But, you know, to be honest with you, that phone really, how do I put it best? Like, I don't like the larger, you know, it's kind of unwieldy a little bit to me. Like, the battery life, I need a larger, you know, battery for sure. But I really honestly mean it when I say that this phone, for example, is a 10R, and the size, I love it, right? It's like bigger is not always better, and look how one-dimensional we can be sometimes. You know, people say that, and it's like, is that a penis thing? It's like, no, I'm not talking about any of that. In fact, I'm saying it with forethought that it frustrates me so much that's how easily people are just like, you know, same with, I've mentioned televisions and that. 55 inches is like, you know, the biggest probably that I would, you know, personally normally even bother with, right? Beyond that, you know, I don't even really like, you know, some people want an 80-inch TV. It's like, okay, I'm not judging you if you want that. It's like, wow, that is like a home theater in your, you know, a home theater of all home theaters. And actually, this is one thing, laser projectors, I'll probably talk, speaking of display technologies, that's what I love, right? It's like, VR has some really fascinating considerations that it's going to get so much better in the next 5 years even. It's already, I think for a lot of people don't realize how good some of the VR headsets are, like Valve's, right? It's like, I would love to, you know, test one someday, but that's one of those things where it's just like, I've never had any money at all. So I learn about technology with technology, right? It's like my iPod Touch. I used to watch YouTube videos all the time. I'm basically just like I am right now. It's like I will get every bit of use out of this. I mentioned this concept, last night, I believe, but I was like, we had basically an assistant soccer coach, and it's like one day it's muddy, and everybody's like, I don't want to get my, my Nike materials muddy, and he's like, well, what'd you buy the boots for? Like, really, you bought those boots to use them. Get out there, like, what are you worried about getting your shoes muddy? Like, no, we're here to play soccer, y'all. Like, come on, right? And I'm like, yeah, that's badass. I always had respect for that man. He's like super athletic, and like honestly, I think he's a good guy. Everybody has their quote faults or whatever, right? And like to the honest to God truth is that when it comes down to it, like that's how I feel about computers, and it's been a huge aspect of this. I don't think people have understood. I get every single bit of value out of any device that I use, including to be honest with you, like how do you put it best? Like I will be willing, like to I'll be honest, the way that my brain works. During this, I blew out a pair of speakers. It's complicated to explain. I wasn't trying to be loud, certainly not to be obnoxious to anyone, but I value my technology so much. Trust me, it was like, wow, this really kind of hurts to do this, but in this context, like, this has to happen. It's like really kind of a strange thing to explain, but it does kind of have to do with, like the term SIGINT. They're streaming to this Discord server, right? And so I'm like, literally, that's kind of the thing. These people kind of don't. My brain, the way it works, music is a really easy to identify, metric in a way about data, right? And so if they're streaming to a Discord server, I'm like, okay, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to blast music really loud, like while these people are committing felony espionage, and I'm going to spike the volume like down and up, down and up, down and up, right? And why am I doing that? Well, I'm actually kind of proving to them that I know they're listening on one hand. I'm doing it in the middle of meetings where I know they're still doing this, right? And that's the thing. They were so careless. Like, they've got multiple Discord, instances pulled up during our dev stand-ups. So in the middle of developers speaking, that's the thing. If anybody was trying to call it mental illness, that's the problem. It's like, I knew that they were doing it. They're throwing it in my face, and then I proved it, literally, irrefutably. And let me emphasize, like, I'm not kidding. We all use different microphones, right? Like, I've got a Blue Yeti and a Rode in there, and both are actually, like, the most, USB affordable option that you can find, right, on Amazon. And that's, I mean it. Like, I research every purchase. I didn't actually mean to end up with two microphones, right? Because I got the Blue Yeti first, and then I was doing some testing. I was like, wow, it's just a little bit. It's still a good mic, don't get me wrong. But I was really like, okay, I'm doing vocals, right? And I knew I was kind of like starting to sing, and the Rode just has a little bit more when you're like talking about the range of what it can capture, right? And that is how I think about it. It's not like I want a fancier thing. It's like, no, it's about the data, right? I want to make sure I can get my, my recordings, in a way that's good. And then this was the thing that's really important. In either case, I was going to use it for my job, both of them, right? And that's the thing. For me, though, any piece of technology, it's like, wow, that, multi-use. I can use this for, calls. I can use this for podcasts. I can use this for music. And that was the whole thing, right? Once I ended up with two, I was kind of like, okay, I didn't want to spend the money on two at all, but I'm really wanting to do podcasts. I want to be able to invite people. That's kind of the worst part about this. Look at this now. It's like a one-way mirror. I really do appreciate your company, Punchy, because honestly, like, anybody, I've been explaining, it's like it's a one-way mirror, but I kind of just need to put this on the permanent record right now because, well, I've been like cast out of my own family, cast out of society. Nobody wants to believe me, but I can actually prove systematically that everything I'm saying is true. And it's kind of just like wreaking havoc upon my waking existence. Like, I love my grandmother so much, and, I'll be honest, I know she's also very political. And then, there's times where I came up here believing that my relatives would have faith. And, frankly, that's what's been so difficult, is that I really thought eventually they would have faith. And I think even someday, of course, I'm holding on to hope that, well, that's the thing. I always knew that this was going to be cleared up no matter what. And let me emphasize, when I'm spiking that volume, right, I'm picking specific songs that I know, like, first of all, there's some symbolism in the songs that I'm picking. But second of all, I really was, like, I was actually just shocked by the fact that not only can you hear the music in the background of some of these developers, like in Guatemala, for example, it's like, oh, caught, like, I'm not kidding. It's like one stand-up and they're dumb enough. They're not even turning it off. I'm like, what are you people thinking? Like I'm not trying to sound arrogant at all when I say this, but they heard what I was doing. Let me put it that way. They should. I was like, do you not understand what I understand right now? Like, they were not conscious of the fact that I was fully conscious of what was going on, I guess is the best way to say it. I was seriously shocked because it's like, okay, I've already spiked the volume in the middle of Turkish developers talking, and it's throwing them off. And let me emphasize why this doesn't make any sense. I'm on mute. You know what I mean? In fact, that's one of the things that I also had to test systematically. I'm on hardware mute, right? So that's what, Discord has software mute. Right, and so software mute is one thing, okay, maybe there's still some data sometimes. I'm not saying always, right? But it's okay, microphone access is kind of what iOS is doing, right? They're kind of building a shell around applications. Rather, if the application has access to the microphone, I mean, in some cases, if they're quote unethical, then they may, kind of use a microphone still, right? But if your operating system at a root level is not giving access to that mic, then they're not using that mic, right? And that's kind of what I'm saying is we need to use technology to make sure that, we're safe and reasonable with some of these, because TikTok is a good example. That's part of the reason I'm not trying to be mean about TikTok to anybody. I'm not telling anybody what to do with their property. That's the nuance as a logician, right? That's who I am. It's a huge part of my worldview. You have every right. If you want to install TikTok and you want to use TikTok, I'm not telling anybody I'm not telling anybody what to do. I'm telling them the honest God truth about, why it is actually it's a security concern. And the truth is that I don't want to be saying that, just like a lot of this. It's just the honest to God truth. Even, it's like, look, I'll be the one to address the nuances, in the state of Texas. That's one of the things that bothers me. I'm not a leftist. I'm not a liberal. I have nothing against leftists or liberals. I have nothing against people on the right or Republicans. But my political views are just more nuanced and varied than all of that. And to be honest, I think we all kind of fall into this trap of thinking that we must classify ourselves like robots, and if I identify you as different than me, then now you're enemy. And that's how we end up getting so tribal, right? The last thing that we want is to be, binary and tribal in our politics. That's how we end up being straight up obstructionist or, playing, political games and culture wars instead of just actually solving problems and, having real extended dialogues about things that, really easily could have been just worked out through a conversation, you know what I mean? And so for me, I guess it's one of those things where, how do I put this best? The software mute thing is kind of relevant, right? Because I'm finding multiple instances of Discord running even on my workstation. So then I'm like, okay, does the company know this is going on, right? They're going to try to call me straight up crazy if I'm even hey, wait a minute, I don't know how, I'm not saying I don't know how they did this. Let me emphasize, because that's a problem, is that they've already done this kind of stuff on in our office. And that's a different, story, right? In the office, to be honest with you, okay, it's at least, I'm not saying it's okay, let me emphasize, but it's a different environment than okay, somebody's apartment. That's beyond crossing the line, and that's immediately felony espionage. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm emphasizing, is you're immediately in the territory of, straight up, it's a federal felony. You can't be, intentionally intentionally spying on someone, and especially in that context, it makes it so much more serious. What they're doing is they're trying to abuse the trust of our actual authorities in Texas. And so I'm like, okay, wait a minute, how do I say this to the authorities and to, executives in another country? They're straight up committing felony crime, trying to make sure, quite frankly, they're trying to create a false image about who I am. They're going to call me crazy for saying that. And, that's where my brother ends up at my house, and I'm kind of wow, wait a minute, man, I'll be honest, it's the first time I ever no-called, no-showed in my job. And I was pretty frustrated because, it's the first time I've ever no-called, no-showed because of this whole situation. And I did it out of, protest, consciously. I'm like, no, I can't securely do my job. Security is a huge part of my job. You're not just making me feel unsafe. That's the point. It's not mental illness. I'm emphasizing. I've been communicating that. You're not just making me feel unsafe. You're actually putting my safety at risk by allowing this behavior. And I'm not mad at anybody in particular in the top down. I'm frustrated with some of the folks in Austin because they're throwing it in my face really abusively. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, how are people not understanding that this is like really, really, really illegal and really, really, really immoral and cruel, like all at the same time? Because I want to emphasize this went on for months and months and months and months. And I'm like, the first time I no call, no show, my brother is, sent up there to, bang on the door. And I had, at that point, because of this situation, he had already kind of shown me that he was being dishonest. I was just like, really, I didn't want to have to put my own brother to the test, if I want to put it that way. But let me emphasize, unfortunately, I'm familiar, like I said, with, Pegasus, NSO Group's Pegasus. And when I'm showing up to my brother's place and I'm leaving my phone in the car, and he's like, where's your phone? And I'm like, well, it's in the car. And he's like, why don't you go get it? It's like, I read my brother like a book. Isn't that one way to put it? Like, I read my brother like a book. It's like, what are you talking about? Why do I need to go get my phone for you, man? Are you kidding me? You need my phone to be right here, so what? So, and that's the thing, right? I'm already putting coworkers to the test with this shit, right? I'm using, actual intelligence techniques in a way, and it's like, and I'm not that I don't, that's what's complicated. I'm not, a vet. I don't have any, clearance. I don't have any access, to anything. Like, but I'm sitting there, like, kind of explaining, like, this is absolutely objectively unacceptable, yo, and I can prove that myself. But then see, my brother is like, clearly, like, are you working with these criminals, right? And it's relevant in a way that the stepbrother of one of these managers, I come over one day, he and my brother are like finishing up cigars, which I've always been telling my brother is like, yeah, man, like, I'm not, judging you, but you should dial back on the cigars just a little bit, like, and so I'm actually, though, it's just like the most difficult Rubik's Cube in the world, because I need people to understand that the law is being broken here, but the fact that I'm even expressing that, they're going to try to use against me, and that's their intent. They're trying to say that I'm, quote, crazy, and I can prove that I'm telling the truth. Literally, I have the technical ability very much to do that, right? So, and then I'm looking at logs, and I'm getting Windows logs, and I'm getting, the local logs on my phone, and I'm like, wow, no, this is actually 100%. They wired up, NSO Group's Pegasus to the Discord app, right? And that's what's so bizarre is I'm getting out of Discord calls at times, and straight up, how do I put this best? Like, I'm actually the recording ribbon in iOS is actually not going away. And like that's not it's kind of like the new one is more of like a dot, right, in updated iOS. And I'm like, that's not just not normal, that's kind of objectively, a sign, and I don't mean like a sign, like a magical sign. I mean, like, well, that's not how it should ever be behaving, quite frankly. And that's part of what was complicated to me from the beginning. But I think that one of the main things in all of this was just like, okay, so I've verified, there's developers in Guatemala committing felony espionage. There's developers in Austin. Well, yes, actually, there's a developer in Austin, and managers and other coworkers and all. They're like, why, if I'm able to publicly explain this to even the Austin Police Department, like, how are we not going to address that situation? I've been denied my, if they're trying to act like this is legal, well, that's the thing. I don't even know if the authorities know what they're doing, quite frankly. And that's the thing, is that, for me to be denied the opportunity to even speak for myself, it appears, and of course, but look how terrible that is. I say it appears, it's like no one is even giving me the opportunity to address why this is happening, which is so fucking psychotic. I don't know how else to say it. Like, that is straight up fucking psychotic. I really, genuinely, like, I got to take a break there just for like 2 minutes, because, it actually is really so fucking scarring to do that for so long and just like not even allow somebody, the pause button on that shit. It's so abusive. that's kind of the difficult thing is that, I'm communicating. I am not, how do you put it best? I don't take revenge. If I'm ever, saying anything like, well, that's probably because I'm not a passive aggressive person either. It's because it's warranted in that context. But that being said, nobody's perfect, and I'm not claiming I'm perfect. What I am saying is that, in general, I refuse to ever allow this to happen again to anybody else. Really, I do mean that. There has to be communication. There has to be like if somebody's saying they have real confidential conversations to have, we don't get to sit around and like, no, we don't believe you. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I mean it, and that's part of what happened here that's so complicated. Some people, I believe, they realized that this was a problem, and so they're like, okay, speaking of the camera, right, we need a more accurate image, like, because we're forcing a one-dimensional perspective. For example, just sitting around listening on a Discord server to audio, that's kind of what I'm trying to convey to my brother. You don't actually understand what you're hearing, and I'm a very conscious person when it comes to that kind of stuff, right? So, like, I will make the image myself with every bit of, skill, intellect, and technology that I have. If you're going to even deny to me the ability, like, that's the thing, it's not manipulation. I'm just making the accurate image, quite frankly, of, like, this is who I am, I quite frankly, I would much rather be doing, a DevOps job, a engineering job, product job, a design job, like any of which I'm very capable of doing. A lot of different jobs that, quite frankly, that's the thing though with Voyager is that Voyager was also kind of a way for me to say to companies like, this is a real value that I have to offer you. Like, you want the unfiltered take, I'll be honest with you, and frankly, none of what I'm saying is intended to be controversial or offensive at all. And it's actually so bizarre that, we landed in a spot where we just had so much, quite frankly, like pathological lying about, my quote politics. They're calling me a leftist. They're calling me quote Antifa. Never have I been Antifa. I really mean that. And that's what's like, there's really no other way for me to say this. I have no association with any political group, any political party, anyone in any way. Like, and that's what's so terrible. It's like, that Canadian coworker, we had a lot of good conversations, and I appreciated that, and we had a lot of human conversations, right? Yeah, I have a really stressful job, and I'll be honest, that's the problem, is I don't think that comes through. You're in another country, you come down to our office, and it seems like everything's, buddy, it's great and good, and, like, we have a good time when you're there, but, like, the truth is I'm in that office, and I've made the reference to the movie Lunar, and no, it's not in any way about the clones, if you see it. No, I'm sorry, is it Lunar? I keep calling it Lunar. It's a movie where there's this dude, he's on the moon, and he finds out that, like, he's just a clone, right? Like, everything he's doing, they basically kill off this clone, and then he starts again, right? It's like this loop, and I'm like, my job, I go in, they're firing people out of Austin as much as they can because they want to make it, they want to make it as remote as they can. And the thing that's difficult for me is, like, a lot of those managers, they mostly work from home. They don't even, one of them, is in the office more often than in the other one, but, like, the one of them he is that's, like, souped up, amazing. He's trading stocks all day. He's drinking whiskey at home. He's coming into deployments late at night. He's been, like, he works on and off all the time. So do I. That's what's complicated, though, is I'll be honest, is a lot of Dunning-Kruger about, when you're doing a bunch of stock trading and you're hopping into calls, you feel more important than you are. You're kind of showing up like, yeah, I'm the boss man. You got to answer to me. And then you're like, you're not really, like, engaged in what's going on in our environment all the time. And that was kind of what was difficult for me. It's just that, like, to be honest with you, he really lost track of, like, how much he was acting like he was, micromanaging, but he wasn't actually managing. Even, to the extent that he was up to date and aware of, some core aspects of what was going on in our infrastructure. And I was always bringing that to his attention. I was like, look, you're firing people. You're not even filling in the gaps, It's like you're expecting, for example, as one friend of mine, you're expecting him to do things that he can't do, and you know that. And speaking of the psychology, that really kind of wreaked havoc on that man's mental health, because he was a really good employee that, in this case, the really good employee was not fired, right? He chose to He took a really good job to my knowledge. And, you know, I'll be honest though, he was such a good employee. It's kind of like me, you know, you have a chasm. It's like, I'm not saying I am replaceable as with anyone, but like, you got a chasm, and it's a small software environment like that. You need like 2 to 3 people that are, you know, fresh, that can fill that gap. And instead of even hiring a single person, it's just like, yeah, go do his job and your old job. And like, you know, my buddy, to say he faltered under the pressure would be the understatement of all understatements. He really just decided to not do his job at all anymore, because he was like, no, it's too much pressure. You know, this guy's really, you know, abusive about it. And he kind of was a lot of times. And so the manager never really addressed that situation. Like I said, I don't even really want to talk about past business, but it's like, you know, to be honest with you, that is kind of the difficulty for me. It's like, I really am just not the kind of person. I'm like, you know, with this entire concept of Voyager, it was to tell people, you know, you have to respect the fact that everyone's unfiltered these days. So you don't get to brainwash anybody. If you think that, you know, if you think that there is a way for you to control what other people say, then you're already starting on the wrong foot, quite frankly. You know, and for example, like, I'm not saying my grandmother's ever tried to control what I'm saying, but she doesn't understand why I'm on the computer so much right now. She has no idea what's really going on in this. I actually want her to hear what I'm saying a lot of the times, and that's why I'm actually streaming to the television, right? Because she watches the television a lot. She watches a lot of Fox News. She watches a lot of TBN. Well, both of those, they're very much, they're propaganda pieces at this point. I wish it wasn't that simple. This organization, quote, the family, like, they're a Russian intelligence operation, and they straight up, they own people. They compromise people is what they do. A lot of times they're going after, well, their greed, but, you know, their real intent is that they want talking heads. They don't want people that are really speaking from the heart and truly unfiltered. They want people that have strings, you know, all over and through them, and in a way that I'm saying, like, you know, I talk about strings like string theory, and I think I talk about strings like these different concepts that, for me, I've got kind of an elephant brain more than these people with my job ever knew. And what I mean is that, like, my memory is actually really good, even if sometimes, you know, everyone's memory is imperfect, and I have a brain injury, I have a stutter sometimes, right? This is one of the main things to say, that stutter, you know, for example, when you're like you're basically torturing someone, and not basically, in this context, it's like, okay, you're not even letting me hit pause on everybody sitting here listening to every moment of my life. You know, talk about pressure. Like, that's not just pressure, that's torture eventually, right? And that's exactly what this 24-hour live stream is about now, is it's flipping that upside down. You're going to torture me relentlessly, in secret, covertly, then okay, I'm broadcasting to the world, and I mean it, right? It's kind of like when some other people noticed and tried to do the right thing here, I believe. Well, even then, I still have not received any actual feedback or communication that's, you know, enough for me with my own family. It's just still kind of like clinging to political narrative. So, okay, well, that context being created, I'm really appreciative of anyone and everyone that helped out there. I really do mean that. But it puts me in a spot where, okay, I'm going to stream myself. Like, you know, there's been a lot of comments like, well, acting like, you know, a movie being made or things like that. And that's what I'm saying, is that, like, it gets really psychotic when there's, you know, like, oh, hey, you know, both, you've got two realities that people are living in, quite frankly. Some people think that but they're trying to perpetuate. I'll be honest, this was so terrible. You know, like, people at my job, they knew better than anyone that I'm not schizophrenic, especially given, like, the way I worked for them for years and years and years. That's kind of the main thing to say. But they're wanting everyone else to believe that I am, right? So they're being super defamatory towards me, quite frankly. And then, you know, like, not just defamatory, you know, I know that they were all set down because of some of the things they were saying on the internet about me, right? They broke into my private property, stole, you know, music and recordings, and, you know, a lot of those recordings with alien voices, for example, like, you know, I'm not hiding anything. It's like, this is like almost kind of, you know, one of them is like more of like the Stitch voice, but then one of them was a new, you know, like, like, is that similar? Like, it's similar-ish, but, like, it's kind of its own thing, right? And that was, like, a certain, you know, species of alien in this, like, larger, you know, alien collective or whatever. And in no way am I obsessed with aliens. In fact, that's the thing that's frustrating to me, is they're like, oh, yeah, he's a fucking schizo. And, like, again, just to emphasize, you know, crimes committed on my network, the accusations of being schizo. I was like, if you go look up, and I wasn't even a whistleblower. That's what sucks. I communicated confidentially. A whistleblower would have taken all of the data and information that I had and turned around and gone straight to the internet. They're not going to go to an HR department. That's the opposite of what a whistleblower does. Really, you know what I mean? It's like a whistleblower is like, no, I'm going to go public, and really, it's like that's what's so frustrating to me is that they wanted to accuse me of being, like, oh, he's like a snout in. It's like I'm not even, it's such a nuanced thing in a way. For me to ever even bring up Snowden's name, because the honest to God truth is that in this context it's like the total opposite. Like I go internally, I confidentially communicate. I'm like, hey, I'm not telling anybody how this should be responded to or what should be done. I'm just saying it's like, this is information. It's going to be a long dialogue because I've got a lot that needs to be communicated, but I'm saying at the beginning, these are some really deep problems that actually have to be communicated. And it's a little bit like, that's some, I'm trying to communicate. It's like, I'm not trying to be controversial, but to be honest with you, like, this is some really serious problems, some of this, right? It's like, I'm a professional, it's not a CYA, but to be honest with you, like, time and time again, I'm going to these managers, and they're just like, no, dismissed, no, we don't believe you, like, we don't, or not even just we don't believe you, I'll be honest, that's what's so dumb. In fact, looking back, some of those times when I went to them, it's like they knew. It's like they knew, and that's what it sucks for me. It's just like, with more information, all that, that retroactively, like I do have an elephant brain, right? As I'm poring over conversations we had and their reactions to things that I said, and I'm serious. I'm not a robot, right? But, and this is also the double-edged sword or dichotomy here, right? I wrote that song like, I can feel your mind, I can feel your mind when you stop to take the time. Like, I'm not even just trying to sing it super well there, right? But I'm just saying that song was just written because it rhymes in a way, right? Like, I'm a fucking Frankenstein if you want. This is about alliteration, okay? It's like, oh, wow, that fits the melody. That's all that it was. And then they're like, oh, yeah, you think you're a fucking mind reader. And, like, so many people in real life to me who, they're not even technically supposed to have ever heard this. I've never published it myself. And they're like, oh, yeah, put him to the test. Like, can you really read my mind? It's like, no, I cannot. I'm a man on the autism spectrum, okay? The way that our brains work is like, technically, we do. That's part of the thing with sensory overload, It's like a large crowd of people. It's not even that I have social anxiety. It's just that, like, yeah, I mean, occasionally you gotta understand, you're like overwhelming a person, like, especially in your, in their apartments, like, that's their, especially being on the autism spectrum, right? That's your place of safety. That's your place where you really feel like you actually have, your peace. And in a way, that's kind of the whole thing that's so frustrating about, like, I care so much, probably more than anyone you'll ever find, about minding people's privacy and their security and their safety. I would give up and not that I want to, let me emphasize, but I'm not kidding. If talk about iRobot, like, if there really was a horrible situation, I would give up my life, to save someone else. And yet I'm treated like, I'm the most despicable human being on the planet Earth by these people who, they're committing felony crime, trying to, literally frame me repeatedly. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, wait a minute, y'all. My own family is like, you realize this is not some, fun radio show they're making. Like, they're actually trying to use this to set me up, is what I'm saying. Is like, it's not safe, because I'll be honest with you, you're going to say it's controversial, but what they're, doing is not for me. They're selling you this lie that they're trying to, be nice or help me, or like it's a compromise. They committed these crimes on my internet to begin with. Like, I'm not claiming that. I can prove that. Like, that's what's so terrible. Like, I can prove that myself, I've got, like, I come up here, like, I basically lose all my physical possessions because, I was communicating on the internet openly. I'm like, I'm not fleeing, because really months, 8 months at a time, 6 months at a time, 3 months at a time, I'm like, look, you need to understand, I'm not fleeing. I'm literally about to leave because, well, at this point, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this, there's been an attempted murder by this federal law enforcement agency with the DEA, and, really, I'm so appreciative, and I always will be for the rest of my life. Somebody saved my life from that. This is the most bizarre thing in the world, a dude with a ski mask. I was so just frustrated because, I've told this story before, but as a quick summary, all right, the way this played out is a Sunday, and I want to go to church. I actually want to go to church. I am a Christian. I'm not ever mad at people who are not, but I just wanted to go to church, and I couldn't go to church because of this situation. And I knew that this organization known as, quote, the family, I've been investigating them for a long time. I know that this church is owned by them, and that they're the ones involved in doing this, and that, quite frankly, part of the reason they're trying to do this is because they know they're like, nobody squeals about the family, and I'm like, well, to be honest with you, this is part of the problem. I'm seeing that root level logic spread by Doug Coe, and the way he was speaking about that, and I'm reading, sometimes his basic web pages, like the Britannica page, and I'm like, wait a minute, he's bringing up Adolf Hitler and Vladimir Lenin and Mao Zedong, like these are communists, like he's straight up telling them that they need to keep this organization invisible, like, well, the mafia, and then they're calling it the Christian mafia, and then they're saying that they should need to be like the gangs in Los Angeles, like you have to, well, and again, like Nazism, they're saying that you need to put this above your own family, before your own family members, right, like your own genetic relatives, and like, I'm seeing that that's an issue personally, and also when I'm seeing Vladimir Lenin's name, and then I'm like, okay, Vladimir Putin is known to be this propagandist, puppet master, and he really did. He committed acts of terrorism to, get into power in the first place, and he was wanting to take advantage of this fear and confusion among, his people. So it's like I'm putting all these pieces together, and it's like it takes time, but I'm like, wait a minute, the family is a Russian intelligence operation. Like, they're actually straight up, like this is a Russian intelligence operation. They're using this to, to own people in the United States, and like that's how warfare has changed over the years. It's like, they really do. And talk about the Americans, if you see that show, they plant people in the U.S. and really they make them as authentic as, nobody can tell, on the outside, but like I'll be honest, you can definitely tell if you know what to look for and you look in the right places. Quite frankly, there's a lot of subtleties to it, but it's not mental illness. It's not made up. And so that's what's difficult for me. It's like I'm knowledgeable about, a lot of the concepts, and I'm not saying I'm perfectly knowledgeable, but, I had some people that recommended blogs to me about, like hacker spaces and how these groups work. And I'm, one of the coworkers that's doing these crimes in our, environment, really they're a ringleader in a way, like the one that fled Argentina to Poland, he's mentioning Russia. He's always like, yeah, people always think it's the Russians, and then also there's other direct things involved. It's like I don't really want to talk about it. A project manager that's like, he's adamant about getting this company that back into our environment. That, I'll be honest, I'm really not probably supposed to talk about it. It's like I had kind of the inside scoop, the inside information, right? It's like, hey, you need to lock all these people out, and I'm the one that literally locks out this entire company from our environment. The one, right? It's like, it's not like I don't have other things to do. I have 1,000,001. They're like, no, okay, intelligence, U.S. intelligence has informed us that this is, potentially a Russian shell company. So it's like, we got to lock these people out. It's like, oh okay, yeah, all right, I'll do that. And I do that. It's like, okay, and they're, it's like it's all set up. That something maybe we talk about, like make sure that everything is like all set, right? But you put all these pieces together for me, and it's like, okay, wait a minute, you got this organization that's like going after churches, going after, and I'll be honest, that's what sucks, is that I always knew, like in some, not all, but some members of my own family, they're members of the family, which is like, I hate the name of the family. They named it that. It's social engineering. They're trying to take advantage of the fact that like people, want to just think about it like it's like a family-friendly Christian group, and it's like, that's the point. It's social engineering. Like, that's what the Russians do. That's then when we say propaganda and well-formed propaganda, that's what it's all about. It's like they want you to just not look beyond the obvious, and you look beyond the obvious, it's like, wait a minute, this organization tells everyone that joins to never ask questions. Do not ever look beyond the obvious, right? And in the Netflix documentary, which I'll be honest, I saw much, obviously, it wasn't even out, I was aware to an extent of the organization before I saw that, and it's like, that's what's complicated for me. It's like, I was aware in that, to be honest with you, I'd heard of the name, and I saw kind of these influences in a bunch of churches in Texas when I moved down there, and that's where it's just like, it's one of those things, it's like almost haunting, like, wow, how many people have they compromised in this, how many people have fallen for this, unfortunately, and that makes it really, really, really challenging when some of those people are your own actual relatives. But frankly, that is the main concern and issue that I had, and part of the reason why God works in mysterious ways. I needed people to understand, it's like, look, this organization is very word of mouth, and they do that on purpose because they're very aware of surveillance apparatus, for example, And the problem is that, being word of mouth makes it for them. They're trying to avoid ever being held, well, it's not just being held accountable, right? They can't infiltrate the way they need to infiltrate, the governments and intelligence agencies if they're all, texting about it, if they're all in a Facebook group. It's like, that's the thing, that's how conscious they are of that stuff. And so they're like, they're trying to be as, well, sneaky and covert as they possibly can be. And, well, that's exactly how they operate in everything. So then I'm like, wait a minute, you need to understand, okay, this equipment was in this apartment, which was always a felony crime. I didn't even know about that from the beginning, but then it's being abused upon my life. My coworkers are acting like they're making an actual, literal, real-life Truman Show. And I know we work on products where we basically, create live maps, like for, other people, different GPS, types of devices, right? It's not a difficult thing at all to just, put somebody's location up on a map. I've got people on the road in Texas that are clearly, they know who I am. They should know who I am. All this weird shit's going on. They're swerving trucks at me on the road straight up. They're revving their vehicles at me. It's like, why? You people hate me so much, you don't even know who I am. I know I haven't done anything, and that's what's so difficult for me. Is everybody's treating this like I'm a walking Charleston, It's like there's a guy, get him. I've never been Antifa, quote, in my life, and yet, my close friend at this company knows that better than anybody. He knows that I'm not some leftist. He knew that he was always, far left, way further left than me, and suddenly during this, he's like, oh yeah, I'm kind of like a boogaloo boy. It's like, what the hell happened to you, man? What in the world, something you went through a whirlpool, and suddenly you're the transformation into literally, completely not the person you've always been in any way, and yet you're accusing me somehow of being, different or duplicitous because, well, you're fucking lying through your teeth about me, you know that. My buddy knew better than anybody that I would never, try to hurt him in any way. And yet, I'll be honest, he's mad because, over a year after they broke up, his ex, and I know, people were mad at me. She reached out to me, and, she was really flirtatious. I was really vulnerable at the time. I didn't really intend for anything to happen, and then something did happen, right? It's like, I can't even be allowed any communication in any form about just so much absolute, passive aggression is not even close to encompassing of the behavior. Just straight up psychotic fucking abuse is it's not easy, but that's the simplest way to say it. Straight up, just I fucking hate you, but I'm not even going to tell you why. It's doesn't that tell you everything you should need to know? If you can't even tell me why, then that's kind of a you problem, not a me problem. This is what I was always trying to convey to people. You're denying someone even the opportunity to explain to you that, you don't have any justification to hate me. You got to understand, and especially at this point, it's I've been tortured relentlessly. That's why everything, not everything I intended to make was going to be 18 plus only, trigger warning, but now, and especially at this moment, until somebody's, decides to be a fucking human being towards me, that's exactly how it's going to be. We don't get to sit around subjecting someone to relentless fucking human rights violations. We have a constitution in this country that is so damn clear about our rights in that way, and mine have just never been regarded for a single moment in this, which is wow, okay, I'll stream my life 24 hours a day. People are really gonna behave that way, and that's the thing, right? The guy that cut this tree down, he really did. He threw his politics in my face from the beginning. And what was the specific thing he was saying? He was like, yeah, Trump never abused federal law enforcement agencies. He never ever. And it's like, wait a minute. I'll be honest with you, I don't even hate Trump. That's what sucks, right? These people accuse me of you just don't like Trump. It's no. They know, my coworkers, especially my friend, he knew better than anybody that, my political perspectives are quite nuanced. I was never even just saying that Trump was just a straight up shill. I was saying that, well, there was a lot more to the, the accusations of collusion than a lot of people were, seeming to recognize, which is part of what was difficult for me when, well, I believe in Bob Mueller. Let me put it that way. I believe that he's an apolitical person through and through. And when that Mueller report came out, I wanted to read every page of it. You understand? But why didn't we get to, in a way, right? And I'm going to go look at, what else has been put out there now. It's well, Bill Barr was sitting there but he was now. You know what I'm saying? He was now. We don't, nobody needs to read this. Right? It's okay, wait a minute. If the report is so expunging of Trump and any collusion, why are we kind of like censoring the report entirely? You know what I mean? Like, doesn't that, I don't know, I was a little bit confused about everyone's reaction. Like, nobody seems to care about that, but like, I do, given the context that I have, and I know a lot of you don't. It's like, and I'm not trying to be mean at all, you know what I mean? Like, that was part of what was really strange for me, is just like really across the board, you know, being like such a patient, you know, calm person in that way. And then to be honest with you, it's just like, I don't know. What's the best way to say it? I never wanted to talk about Trump. I never wanted to talk about Greg Abbott. You know, and I didn't realize how like directly, you know, tied together Greg Abbott, Ken Paxton, and Donald Trump. Like, no reason they're so supportive of one another. They're all tied up in the same fucking mafia. It's actually a Russian intelligence operation. Like, they kind of strung one another, you know, by their necks, you know, quite frankly. And I'm not saying anything violent. I'm saying, like, wow, these men are dirty, you know, because what I found about the family is, like, actually not just, like, kind of bad. It's, like, really, really, really fucking bad. And I didn't even want to talk about it, but that's also where, like, those people, they want me dead, and that's not mental illness. You know, they are so mad about me. They know I'm innocent. That's the thing. They know I'm innocent. They know I'm a good person, and they will lie through their fucking teeth like psychopaths. I really, that's the thing. Is like, I love this country. And to be honest with you, they kind of gave me a job to do in that, like, this is congressional action. No matter what happens, nothing like this can ever be allowed to happen again. Even in its simplest form, just with NSO Group's Pegasus. Because that tool was wired up through a social media service in a way that is objectively completely fucking unacceptable. It's a military tool. You know, talk about, like, you know, there's Vice and, you know, PBS, other journalists, good journalists covering that tool, and they're saying it's like, that is torture. Even just having the tool, you know what I mean? Like, even just finding out you've been surveilled by your own private property, that is torture, right? But then further than that, and what's kind of even more important is, like, well, wiring that up to a fucking social media service, that's like exponentially more torture, like, because especially for somebody like me, I'm on the autism spectrum, you know, that puts me in a spot where I'm like, wait a minute, yo, I'm not a mean guy, I'm not, you know, really, you know, the worst thing that will ever happen is I raise my voice, or I bang on a keyboard, or if I'm in an apartment where you're abusing surveillance equipment, okay, I will break some of it, I'll be honest with you, I will go up, you know, into the attic to take pictures of it, like, and that is, well, to be honest with you, that's the thing, it's like, I'm not going to touch the AT&T lines, that's a fucking federal felony, but the thing is, like, that is surveillance equipment, it was already a federal felony to leave it in place in the first place, especially when it's so conscious to leave that shit in place the way that it was left in place. So I'm like, well, are we going to obey the law here in any way, or are we just going to kind of ignore it? I don't really actually know. I have to use the restroom, but I'll be right back. so bizarre to me in a way. I guess I'll get back on the main microphone here for a minute. It's so bizarre to me in a way. Well, no, honestly, I'll get back on the main. I don't want to do this. Well, no, honestly, I'll enjoy it inside. I don't want to hear this crap. This is part of what I want to talk about. You know, I don't really. Everyone's entitled to their political perspectives. I think what bothers me about some of the Fox News stuff. One sec. Oh yeah, chat for me is gone. So I'm sorry if you're still there, Punchy. Yeah, that's the thing on this phone. I have zero. I don't just have no confidence in it. I can still hear it going through. Voyager 0 at least. I can still hear it going through. Voyager 0 at least. I can still hear it going through. Voyager 0 at least. Politics involved on that. That's the easiest way for you to lie through your teeth and say that you know it's not about politics. Look, I just want to be very upfront. I have zero confidence that all chats will. Look, I just want to be very upfront. I have zero confidence that all chats will even, like, if you're trying to chat me, a lot of them probably will not go through. And that's just kind of the situation right now. I wish it wasn't. You know, honestly, it does. In some ways, I'm not ever happy to hear, in a way, about somebody being arrested, but Donald Trump should be arrested. You gotta say it that plainly. Donald Trump should be under arrest, and the man is more than kind of a criminal. Like, and that's kind of what gets me, is these people will sit on TV and they're like, oh, I think that it's just political. Like, from my my true story, you know, it's like, wow, you don't just fall on deaf ears. You fall on ears that are listening very intently to how you speak, and that's what I want to remind all of those people of right now. You don't fall on deaf ears at all. You've never had deaf ears here. I think that's part of what bothers them, is that they kind of have wanted to ignore the fact that I've been listening and I've been watching and I've always been around, and I've never been saying bad things about the police. I've never been saying, in fact, if anything, I've been saying good things. I've been saying, no, we should not alienate law enforcement. No, we should not alienate the police. You know, it's so important. I need to add that to the list. I'm anti-alienation across the board. You know, I'm anti-racism, I'm anti-misogyny, I'm anti-body shaming, I'm anti a lot of things. I'm anti-alienation. That's actually part of what Voyager was about, right? Is communicating to people. It's like, wow, I mean, think about how interesting. I'm not saying it's so interesting, trust me, but just the concept even of, like, you know, a human being that was kind of dehumanized because of aliens, and then he's actually speaking, you know, back to the planet Earth, and it's like the one real, like, powerful thing he has left in his life is that he's actually using his voice through, you know, a clone, actually. It's just kind of strange in that context, right? But that's the thing. It's no mental illness. Like, it's fictional. I'm not a clone. Like, I'm not a, you know, I don't know how else to say it. You know, I really thought people would just kind of, like, eventually, like, that's the whole thing. It's like the, quote, magic of movies, right? Ray Bradbury talked about the magic of technology. It's not actually magic. It just seems that way, and we should never forget that, you know, you pull out a cell phone, and these days, like, look how amazing, you know, Touch ID, Face ID, obviously Google's got a lot of magic as well, and other companies, there's a lot of magical seeming stuff, but no, we need to remind ourselves, engineers built this, and, you know, quite frankly, there's always, you know, the inner, you know, workings, there's always the inner shells, and all of these concepts with tech are so important for us to remind one another of. I think that, you know, that's one of the difficulties for me to sort through the nuance of these days with, and quite frankly, a lot of the folks involved in this from the top down, it's like they're just not very educated. You know, seemingly, I would have just said about technology, but some of them, is like, they seem to not be very educated about, you know, geopolitics. They seem to not be very educated about, you know, like, history, sociology, and psychology, for sure. You know, like, look at this cute little bunny. I wish I could turn the flashlight on. Hey, buddy. I'm surprised they're not running away. Hello. Look at that, buddy. I'm not going to chase after him. I'm not going to chase no rabbits. And speaking of, Francisco was his first name. He's a criminal hacker, and really, it gets old. Because it's just kind of like, oh my God, I do. It's like, I don't just need protection. Like, that's the worst part in Texas when this is playing out the way it is. It's like, man, I don't even want to own a gun. I mean, it's like, trust me, I'm not wanting to get one anytime soon, really. It's safer where I'm at right now, but, frankly, if anybody in this context, if somebody's going to pull a gun on me the way this is going, right? My friend, he really had no right to be mad, if I'm being honest, and people were mad about me saying that, but he really didn't. It wasn't intentional, and to be honest with you, he was acting like he was still in love with this person that he wasn't. He wasn't in love with her at all. And the way he treated her is kind of like a permanent assertion. He just was not in love with her, He was really cruel towards her, quite frankly, and he had been really cruel towards me at the exact same time. He was being cruel towards her, so I didn't, I wasn't even looking at, like, oh, hey, you're being cruel to your girlfriend. Like, I didn't even know when they were going to break up, and I was always just completely, not involved in any way. Wanted to be worlds away when they were in arguments, or I was hearing, shouting matches from his room and that kind of stuff, which was so frequent. It really, this part of it was difficult. Never did I, try to get with her in any way, shape, or form, right? It's like, I really genuinely was just like, really not understanding how anybody was approaching this entire narrative, because none of it held up for a moment, if I'm being honest. Like, none of it held up for a moment. It's kind of like what they'll say about Trump right now is like, now it's political. It's like, no, it's not political. You people know better than anybody it is not political. I will just say this openly, and welcome to my second consensual viewer. I know it's strange that I say that. So I'm multi-streaming. If you're interested, you are listening to Voyager 1. I've got two iPhones wired up to two separate streams that are feeding to Voyager 0 on my Steam Deck, which is my workstation. It's the most powerful computer I've got. Even though I'm an engineer through and through. I'm a kind of a DevOps guy. And so Voyager 0, if you go to twitch.tv/Voyager 0, that's the main feed. That's my main mic that I'll use. But I'm outside just chatting. That's what this, Twitch channel, or, I think it's called channel, right? I'm new to Twitch. That's one thing to say. I've watched some other Twitch streamers that I'm a fan of, from what I've seen, their content. I really mean that from the bottom of my heart. And a lot of them, I really felt like once, it's just kind of, that's what I can't explain everything in any brief manner, but once this context is sorted out, which it will be, I was really interested in working with other people in a tactful, normal way, not any kind of, this is kind of like a one-way mirror right now, because I'm just letting you know, probably not even all of your chats will go through to me if you ever do try to chat. It's impossible for me to explain why, but I will say that, right now, I've just kind of got to stream and keep going, keep podcasting. I've got, if you're interested in any more context, my YouTube channel has a lot of content on it. Good place to start is Quick Summary 1. You can go there, and that's kind of like a quick summary with a lot of information removed, to be honest with you. That's the thing. There's a lot more information for me to convey. So it's kind of a lot of things at one time right now. It's not mental illness, though, and that's what, it's weird for me to have to say that, frankly, that is part of the situation. There's been a lot of consciously false accusations of mental illness, and so I'm I'm assuming control of the situation. I'm really putting my foot down now. I've gone from job to job to job where, I'll be honest, I've been really, really abused, and I wasn't really mad at anybody. I just was, well, frustrated, if I'm being honest. And I'm a really patient person, and so I've tried my best to be very patient, even though my voice has definitely gotten raised at times. And all of my content is rated mature. Okay, it's 18 plus only, trigger warning. Right now, I'll be honest, there's plenty of educational content. It's not made for kids, but I mean, like high schoolers, even if they or anybody, again, it's not made for high schoolers. That's a thing, part of this context. I'm not a weirdo. I'm not a creep, but I'm somebody that will be giving educational lectures no matter what. Should those have the F word in them? Well, in my opinion, no, because that's the whole point of sharing information, right? So I don't even have to interact with anyone. Is my point. Like I should be able to make educational content and that not be something that is controversial to anyone, and that's part of the problem here. Is that from the beginning there's been a conscious intent to skew the image of who I am. So I'm making the accurate image myself, and anybody that wants to argue with me, they're gonna now have the immense task of, well, debating me directly about facts and data, rather than sitting around and lying straight to my face psychopathically, as a lot of people have done repeatedly. I just heard on the TV, which I didn't even really necessarily want to hear, that Donald Trump was placed under arrest. That doesn't make me happy. I want to say that. It's not something I'm like, woo woo, yeah, like it's a mixed bag, right? It's a nuance. I think a lot of people are probably like, yeah, get him. I'm kind of like, well, I think we got to get away from the get him mentality in some ways. That's kind of part of my point about the nuance. We make things so one dimensional and so, kind of like brutal sometimes. It's just like we can't really be reasonable when we are. It does kind of bother me that, and then I'm just being fully honest, unfiltered, like when we have, how do I put it best? We have people that'll sit here and be like, oh, it's just all political, just like about January 6th. They're like, no, it wasn't a big deal. It's like, no, it was such a big deal. You people have no idea. That's the problem. You're sitting around like straight up psychopathically denying. I mean, who in the hell can defend that? Well, they're chanting hang Mike Pence, a man that's supposed to be on their side, right? They're talking about kidnapping politicians in real life. Like, who in the hell wants to sit and defend that? And yet people have defended that. And again, I point out how bizarre it is for CPAC in Texas to put on their marquee, quote, I'm quoting them, "We are all domestic terrorists." Like, are you really? You're openly saying that, and you're acting like it's some kind of like trolling joke? But that's the problem, is that you're not making a trolling joke. Like, that's how you people view yourselves, and you're like, no, we're more leaning into it because that's exactly what we are. Like, that's not okay, is what I'm saying. That really, for people like me, who I'm not a leftist, I'm not a conservative, I have some more conservative leaning views, I have some more left leaning views. Ironically enough, I'm just like, wow, people would be surprised to hear some of the things that I will say. That's like, wow, you kind of like more on my side about some of that than I thought. It's like, yeah, I am, because you don't know who I am, and that's kind of what's difficult in a context like this. Like, I really mean it, I didn't want things to have to be this way. If I have to go one-way mirror mode 24 hours a day, stream my life, because without consent my life has been streamed for so long, then that's exactly what I will literally do. No one can say that this was not forced, because it really, truly, it has been forced. That's what's so terrible about it. I'll be right back. I'm just going to get some more water.